A woman is discovered bludgeoned to death. Her husband is convicted of her murder. He claims that an intruder killed his wife. Revolutions in forensic science may help disclose the truth. It is one of the most famous murder cases of the 20th century that inspires the TV series The Fugitive. Some believe an innocent man was wrongfully convicted.
My father's life was destroyed.
It resulted in the death of my mother, who shot herself.
I will never forget that. I will never let you forget that.
The depth of my anger knows no bounds.
Others say justice was served.
To come to any kind of conclusion that there's another person in the room is just not well thought.
This is a story of how advancements in forensic science over almost half a century lead to new clues. 4 versions of the murder will be reenacted, each providing a new and shocking twist. Early morning, July 4th, 1954, police respond to a panicked phone call from a wealthy suburb of Cleveland, Ohio. The call has come from the home of a young physician, Dr. Sam Sheppard. Inside a gruesome murder scene, Sheppard's young wife, Marilyn, beaten to a pulp. Sam and Marilyn Sheppard's only son, Sam Jr., was 7 years old when his mother was murdered. He was in the next room.
My recollection is just being awakened by 2 adults in my bedroom. A policeman stood and blocked my view into the murder room, fortunately. I never saw that. And they took me down the stairs and out the front door. On the threshold of that door, somehow I felt my universe had been flipped upside down. There was this moment in my life that I knew everything was lost.
The 7-year-old boy has seen and heard nothing. Police need to talk to his father, Dr. Sheppard, to get his story. 2 experienced homicide detectives are summoned from Cleveland. The coroner has already removed Marilyn's body.
What a mess. Hey, Dr. Gerber, Detective Schottky, this is Detective Carroll.
He tells them that Dr. Sheppard is not at home, but in hospital with serious injuries.
Dr. Sheppard, we just came from your house. We had a look around, and why don't you tell us exactly what happened last night?
We had the Herds over for supper. It was a lovely evening.
Dr. Sam Sheppard gives the first version of the events, launching one of the most famous and complex murder investigations ever.
Finished eating around 8:30, and then we moved to the sitting room to watch a movie on television. Marilyn sat on my lap for a bit before I moved to the sofa to have a snooze.
Around 4:30 a.m., the sleeping Sheppard is awakened by a scream.
I charged into the room, was then struck down. And then the next thing I recall, I came to and had a realization that I'd been struck and that something was wrong. I looked at my wife and I believe I checked her pulse. And I felt that she was gone. I heard a noise downstairs. I saw a form running from the front door down to the lake.
Sheppard says he chases this mysterious killer. He loses his t-shirt in the struggle.
I remember a choking or a twisting feeling. This terminated my consciousness. The next thing I knew, I had a groggy recollection of being at the water's edge on my face. I made my way back up the stairs to the house. I felt disoriented, or that I was a victim of a strange dream.
The detectives now head back to the crime scene to look for evidence. They can find no murder weapon, and there are other strange facts.
Oh, absolutely no sign of a forced entry, front or back.
For the cops, Sheppard's story of an unknown intruder doesn't make sense.
Anything look like it's been moved?
Somebody's a sportsman. Looks like our guy missed a few things, huh? Pretty tidy burglary.
Yeah, or a pretty messy something else.
There are other inconsistencies. The family dog didn't wake up. Neither did Sam Jr.
Check out the mess upstairs.
The t-shirt Dr. Sheppard was wearing is missing, and he called friends before the police. Jim Neff is an investigative journalist. He says the detective's suspicions of Sheppard was textbook tunnel vision.
In the 1950s, to the police and to outsiders, if you have a murdered wife in bed and there isn't any signs of intrusion, then 19 times out of 20, the chief suspect is going to be the husband.
Sam Sheppard's son says it's unthinkable that his father murdered his mother.
I had an idyllic childhood in a lot of ways. I mean, my parents loved me no end. My dad was hugely proud of having the first male grandchild in the family. And he was kind of an American prince in a lot of ways. He had never had anything go wrong in his life. He was the track star and the football star and always got his grades and always had the prettiest women after him. And he was a neurosurgeon or very close to certification to be a brain surgeon at a very young age, in his early 30s. And life was good.
Okay, Dr. Sheppard, we appreciate that you're talking to us. I know this is difficult, but we have some questions to ask you.
Was anything of value taken from your house?
I don't know. I didn't have time to check.
Well, you're sure there was an intruder, right?
Well, yes, he did this to me.
So you phoned the neighbor first, not the police?
It was the first number that came into my head.
Was your wife ever unfaithful?
No. God.
What about you? Were there other women in your life?
No.
Dr. Sheppard, you gotta see this from our side. You get burgled, but nothing of value's taken. You struggle with this intruder, but there's no sign of a forced entry. The t-shirt you were wearing is gone. You don't know where. The dog never barked. Your son didn't wake up the whole time that your wife was being killed. Now, I don't know about my partner, but I think you killed your wife.
An autopsy gives them their final proof. The coroner finds 35 wounds on Marilyn's body, including 15 fractures to her skull. Her battered hands indicate a massive struggle against her attacker. The coroner discovers that Marilyn was 4 months pregnant when she died. He concludes that the murder was an act of rage, not a sexual attack. The police are convinced that Dr. Sam Sheppard killed his wife, not an unknown intruder. But forensic science will lead to new evidence and a startling discovery. Over 3 weeks after the murder of Marilyn Sheppard, Dr. Sam Sheppard is arrested. The story sweeps across America of the handsome young doctor charged for a murder he claims an unknown man committed. The press descends on Cleveland. They smell a story when it's discovered that Sam was cheating on Marilyn.
When the element of sex was injected into this case, it electrified the TV news and the print reporters. It was your classic love triangle. Suddenly, this was much more juicy than your straightforward homicide. This is the old courthouse, jail, police complex. When Sheppard was brought down, people came from miles around, standing on these fences over here, peering in windows, trying to catch a glimpse of this new celebrity. I mean, this case was amazing. It was the first example of where TV journalism created a media frenzy, the new birth of TV news, and it became almost a spectacle, a parade.
This parade will have a major effect on the trial's outcome. The prosecution contends that Dr. Sheppard had motive to murder his wife.
We have the picture painted that, of course, MARILYN SHEPPARD and Dr. Sam Sheppard lived a perfect, compatible life while they were together. Now, this becomes very important in this case. Was that life so happy? Were these relations so compatible all of the time? Was there ever any thought of divorce between these persons? How did Sam Sheppard treat his wife? Did he love her? Did he not love her?
The prosecution drives home its case, casting Sheppard as a cold-hearted killer. The friendly dinner Sam described in his statement to police was not so friendly after all. MARILYN was smoking, something that enraged Sam.
Come sit with me.
He drank heavily, which is why he fell asleep on the couch. He awakens just before dawn. He goes upstairs and tries to have sex with MARILYN.
Off me! Jim! Shut up! Jim, Daddy, you are safe! Jim!
She refuses.
You sicken me! You're disgusting!
Overcome by rage, he bludgeons her to death. The prosecution contends that the murder weapon was some kind of surgical instrument. Sheppard goes to the lake and removes evidence of MARILYN's blood. He ransacks his house to make it look like a burglary. As for Sam's injuries, the prosecution contends they were partly self-inflicted and partly from the struggle with MARILYN. To the jury, it's beginning to look like Sam Sheppard did it.
But what happened next? What happened to your t-shirt? How come your dog didn't bark? And so time and time again, it was, I don't know. I have no information. I don't know. And so when you count up all the I don't knows and the no's and the negative responses, it's over 150. And so the impression was he had something to hide. He doesn't know. He's fuzzy on the details.
Then the prosecution produces a witness named Susan Hayes. She proves Sheppard is a liar. Here's the motive for murder.
And where did you remain that night?
At the Millers.
And where did Dr. Sam spend the night?
At the Millers.
Did you have intimate relations?
Were there other women in your life?
No.
Yes.
During the time that you knew and associated with Dr. Sheppard, was the subject of divorce ever mentioned?
Well, he said that he loved his wife very much. But not as a wife. And that he was thinking about getting a divorce.
Suddenly he was looking not only like a liar, but a philanderer. And at least in the minds of 1950s suburban America, it wasn't such a giant step from that to possibly killer of your spouse.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, They were having these sexual relations in the car and elsewhere. How much respect did Sam Sheppard have for his wife while he was doing that? If the defendant is a person who would lie under oath to protect the name of a lady, which he has admitted, how many more lies would he tell to protect his own skin? I knew MARILYN Sheppard not, but from the evidence in this case, every indication is that she was a fine and beautiful woman and deserved not the fate that she received at the hands of Sam Sheppard on the morning of July the 4th.
The Sheppard trial comes to an end in December 1954. After 5 days of deliberation, the judge delivers the jury's verdict to the media mob.
We, the jury in this case, being duly impaneled and sworn, do find the defendant, Sam H. Sheppard, not guilty of murder in the first degree, but guilty of murder in the second degree. James C. Bird, foreman.
Murder in the second degree means Sam Sheppard will not go to the electric chair. Dorothy Kilgallen, a journalist from New York, says the media circus poisoned the trial process.
I was aghast at the verdict. It may have been a correct verdict, but it was a verdict wrongly arrived at and therefore frightening. Dr. Sheppard may indeed have bludgeoned his wife to death on the morning of July 4th, but the prosecutors for the state of Ohio did not prove he was guilty any more than they proved there were pin-headed men on Mars.
Sam Sheppard gets a life sentence for the murder of his wife. It seems the case is closed. Flash forward 50 years. Modern forensic experts say if the crime were committed today, the trial may have had a different outcome. Dr. Cyril Wecht is a coroner in Pittsburgh who's worked on hundreds of murder cases.
The crime scene on July 4th, 1954 in the Sheppard case was not properly processed. There were no trained, experienced criminalists called to the scene. The coroner, Dr. Samuel Gerber, was not a criminalist and was not a forensic pathologist. He made observations which were factually incorrect. Harkening back to the question of whether or not this was a sex crime, we find, and this is quite surprising to me, I must say, and I have to be critical of someone who was a top forensic pathologist, that they did not do oral and anal swabs. So this was not, then, the most thorough and complete forensic scientific undertaking.
Another forensic expert has a medical explanation for Dr. Sheppard's fuzzy memories of that night.
With the period of unconsciousness that he sustained and that he attested to when he was first admitted to the hospital, you would expect someone like this to have a concussion. Today we call that a closed head injury. In 1950 we didn't have things like CAT scans or the ability to image the brain in order to see these things specifically, but there is a characteristic pattern of recovery of mentation, a recovery of memory, recovery of an understanding of the events that happen that occur as the brain recovers from that closed head injury.
But in 1954, Sam Sheppard has no such evidence on his side. 50 years later, in a rare television interview, Dr. Sheppard's brother Stephen says his brother's conviction was the most devastating event of his life.
The impact of Sam's conviction not only destroyed Sam and turned him into a very different person than the one who was charged with the crime. It resulted in the death of my mother, who shot herself in our master bedroom using my gun. My father died of a hemorrhaging gastric ulcer. Tom Reese, Marilyn's father, shot himself with a shotgun in a cheap motel room in East Cleveland. Angry? The depth of my anger knows no bounds.
Sam Sheppard has gone to jail on circumstantial evidence. There's only one way to prove that an unknown murderer killed Marilyn: forensic science.
So after the trial was over, they did what they should have done during trial from a defense lawyer's point of view, which was they hired the best forensic expert in the country, Dr. Paul Kirk.
Kirk is his generation's forensic pioneer.
He said, now wait a minute, I'm not on your side. You're paying me, I'm taking your money. I'm gonna examine stuff, and I'm gonna give you my report. And wherever that points, that's where it's gonna be.
Can crude 1950s forensic science clear Sam Sheppard? What Kirk discovers leads to another theory and another suspect. In January 1955, Dr. Paul Kirk returns to the Sheppard home, which has been sealed for 6 months. He has a rare opportunity to revisit a closed crime scene with forensic evidence intact. Dr. Kirk is pioneer of a forensic technique known as blood spatter analysis. He examines the shape, size, and pattern of the blood found throughout Marilyn's room. Kirk's objective is to reconstruct the crime based on science, not speculation. Peter DeForest is a former student of Dr. Kirk's.
Well, the bloodstain pattern stuff was one aspect of the reconstruction that Dr. Kirk undertook. And one of the key parts of that was that Dr. Kirk noticed that there was a overall pattern, what we call a radial pattern of spatter from the bludgeoning.
Kirk connects the trajectories of blood droplets originating from Marilyn's head spattered on all 4 walls. He determines that smaller droplets on the walls are from the blood-covered murder weapon, cast off as the killer bludgeoned Marilyn. These droplets reveal 2 critical new facts. 1, the killer would himself have been covered in blood spatter. Dr. Sam Sheppard was not. 2, the murderer is left-handed. Sheppard is right-handed. Then Dr. Kirk sees something unusual.
Dr. Kirk noticed a larger, different shaped droplet stain that seemed out of place, and so that was one that he thought may have been the result of the assailant bleeding.
Dr. Kirk recalls that Marilyn's teeth had been broken in the attack. He now theorizes that she must have bitten her assailant. Dr. Sheppard had no open wounds. Is Sam Sheppard innocent after all? Kirk turns his attention to a trail of blood on the stairs. The police concluded this came from a dripping murder weapon. But Dr. Kirk proves that the spots would get smaller if they came from a blood-soaked object. Those on the Sheppard staircase are the same size. The 4 universal blood types are A, B, AB, and O. Kirk determines the foreign blood is blood type O, same type as Marilyn's. But further tests show that the blood is not hers, and Sam is type A. Dr. Kirk concludes that the blood is from a 3rd person. Kirk is certain this is no domestic homicide. It's a sex slaying.
Dr. Kirk wrote a very detailed, groundbreaking forensic document that all the pieces sort of fit together for the first time. Suddenly, Dr. Sam's story had scientific validity in Dr. Kirk's interpretation of the physical evidence.
Dr. Kirk's findings present a version of events that supports Sam Sheppard's strange story. With Dr. Sheppard asleep downstairs, a mystery attacker enters the bedroom. He sexually assaults Marilyn. She fights back, biting. This is probably when she screams. He bludgeons her with an object, possibly a flashlight. Dr. Sheppard enters. They fight, and the killer flees. Dr. Kirk has given Sam Sheppard new faith that he will soon be set free.
The report is terrific. It proves my innocence beyond all question. Kirk's thoroughness shows what a great scientist he is. I'm so fired up now I can't sleep.
Kirk is an outsider to Cleveland's inner circle of lawyers, judges, and forensic scientists. The judge stands by the meager forensics that convicted Sam Sheppard. It's back to square one.
I used to visit him in a dungeon, literally in a big room, halfway buried under the ground, dark, except for a naked light bulb at the end of the room. In the shadows, guards patrolling behind our backs with drawn batons to beat on us if we did anything wrong.
Sam Sheppard has run out of options and hope. He languishes for 8 years before the infamous murder becomes famous. In 1963, the public's fascination with the MARILYN Sheppard murder case is revived by television. The Fugitive becomes the most popular series on American TV. It's the story of a doctor wrongly convicted of killing his wife who goes on the run to catch the true killer. Its final episode is the highest-rated program in TV history until it's beaten out by Dallas in 1980.
The Fugitive transformed the Sheppard case into a worldwide phenomenon. It kept the case alive and kept it in the public eye and made it notorious enough and with enough publicity potential for a young man by the name of F. Lee Bailey, for example, to approach the case and realize that it would be a springboard for his fame and fortune, which it was.
10 years since the trial, F. Lee Bailey rekindles the media spectacle based on a new fact. Journalist Dorothy Kilgallen was in the Cleveland courthouse in 1954. She tells Bailey that the Sheppard case was a show trial.
When she came down to cover the trial, she was such a celebrity that Judge Blythen invited her into his chambers because he wanted to meet her.
Glad to see you, Miss Kilgallen. I watch you on television very frequently.
And when he asked her, my goodness, what brings you all the way from New York to Cleveland for this little murder trial? She said, well, my gosh, everyone is talking about it. It's the most famous case, and it's a big murder mystery.
It's a mystery as to who did it.
Mystery. It's an open and shut case.
What do you mean?
Well, he's guilty as hell, there's no doubt about it.
And I'm paraphrasing her, but he said, murder mystery? What do you mean? Everyone knows he's guilty as hell. Well, she didn't share that story with her newspaper readers in '54, but she did tell the story, and it came to the ears of Lee Bailey.
Bailey digs around and learns Kilgallen's story is true. He takes this new evidence of the judge's bias to the media.
We filed what is called a petition for a writ of habeas corpus, which asks that he be released because his constitutional rights had been violated. And it came on before federal judge Carl A. Weinman in southern Ohio. He found that the judge who heard the case was a prejudiced man, had not been fair to Sam at all. Furthermore, that he didn't keep control of his courtroom.
In 1964, 10 years after MARILYN's murder, Sam Sheppard is released, filled with malice.
How much does it cost you? 10 years. Oh, in money, sir. Money could not possibly repay me for my mother's life. How much would it cost to bring her back? My father. My father-in-law.
He makes no mention of his murdered wife. He is not free. The state of Ohio decides to retry him. In 1966, Sheppard goes on trial for the second time for the murder of his wife.
I think I can purely, absolutely vindicate myself.
The first case was built on scandal. Finally, 10-year-old forensic evidence is presented that was not heard at the original trial. The jury is presented with critical facts. The killer is left-handed. The blood on the stairs is from an unknown person, not Sam or MARILYN. So is the blood on the wall. And MARILYN's murder is a sex slave, not the act of an enraged husband. This time, forensic evidence outplays sexual scandal. The jury acquits. Sam Sheppard is finally a free man.
Get the hell out of the way.
He tries to return to his former life as a surgeon, but 10 years in prison have taken a heavy toll.
Obviously drinking too much vodka, a quart a day minimum, And he was an alcoholic.
2 patients die under the knife. He's disbarred from practice.
Well, he was taking uppers to wake up in the morning and downers to go to sleep at night.
His own family does not recognize him.
He'd come over to visit us and put his fist through the wall because he was frustrated and angry. I'd say, well, that's enough of that. Goodbye.
In 1970, just 6 years after his release, Sam Sheppard dies. He's just 46 years old.
The last few times I met with him, he knew he was going to die soon, and he just wanted to reassure me that he had confidence in me, that I mean, that's the only reason he lived. I mean, he would have committed suicide in 1954 or 55 if he hadn't had a son on the outside, because he loved my mother and his life was devastated and he had no reason to live. The only reason he stayed alive was so that I could survive.
The true story behind the fugitive might have died along with Sam Sheppard, but the public's imagination and a new generation of forensic experts keep it alive. The identity of the unknown suspect will finally be revealed. The final version of the MARILYN Sheppard murder mystery takes 40 years to emerge. By 1990, Sam Reese Sheppard has given up hope of finding the mystery attacker that his father claimed killed his mother.
I had a nervous breakdown, essentially. It took me 20 years to cry for my mother. And that's what the nervous breakdown was about, that I had never consciously cried for her death.
Then, a journalist in New York calls Sam Jr. with news he's not sure he wants to hear.
I grew up in Cleveland, and so I always had an interest in the Sheppard case and had a fascination about it. And my mother came to visit me at one point and mentioned that someone had been arrested for another murder who had worked in the Sheppard home. That person was Richard Eberling. Richard Eberling was a very troubled man. He had a troubled childhood. He was in foster homes. He was diagnosed as being psychotic at age 9.
Cynthia Cooper discovers that Eberling's father had died of poisoning. His son is suspected, but police can't prove it. She meets Eberling in prison, serving a life sentence for murdering an old woman.
He fantasized mightily about being in a family. He would steal figurines, and he would take them home and arrange them in little family clusters. Both in his correspondence and in person, he was a very creepy guy. He made confessory statements. He would interrupt an ordinary conversation in kind of a bizarre way. Like one time we were talking and he suddenly said, "Why do women fight back when they're raped?"
Has the case that will never die finally been solved? Is Richard Eberling MARILYN Sheppard's murderer?
So Richard Eberling changed windows, screen windows, did some odd jobs for MARILYN Sheppard. And in my interviews with him, he had this obsessive relationship with her. He viewed her as sort of the perfect mom that he never had. He described her as being so virginal and pure. And on the other hand, he also described how tight her shorts were and how she had this California look. So he kind of had that classic virgin whore dichotomy, his image of MARILYN Sheppard.
In 1959, Eberling was arrested for burglary. The police found rings that belonged to MARILYN Sheppard. He admits he took them, and even admits it might be his blood at the crime scene.
And then the detective said, this was just a wild shot. Well, what was your blood doing over there? And Richard Eberling said, oh, well, I cut myself. I cut my hand when I was putting in the storm windows, pulling one of the pins out of the windows slide the window in, I cut myself and I dripped all over the house. And so here he is in 1959 with Marilyn Sheppard's rings, obsessed with Marilyn Sheppard. Then, in a lucky stroke, admitting, just sort of conned into saying, my blood is all over the house, and then coming up with a story about how it got there.
By 1959, the Sheppard case was closed, so Eberling was released. Then, in 1987, Richard Eberling is linked to another murder. For Jim Neff, images from the crime are suspiciously familiar.
If you see the photos of the murder scene, she's on a bed, her night clothes are pushed up, her private parts are exposed, and it's bloody splatter all over the walls. So I looked at those and I was just struck by the remarkable similarity between the photos of the Marilyn Sheppard body in the crime scene and Myrtle Frey's body in her crime scene.
Dr. Sam Sheppard described the murderer as bushy-haired. Eberling is not, but he has had a lifelong compulsion for toupees, part of his criminal pathology.
When you asked him to describe the scene and what it looked like, or the property, he was able to give precise and exact descriptions. He was able to tell you details that had not been released publicly. He was able to describe the scene really in a way and with an intensity that only somebody who's actually seeing it can describe.
Sam Reese Sheppard has spent a lifetime trying to forget. But once he learns of the Eberling evidence, he is compelled to resurrect an incident that destroyed his life. He decides to put together a legal challenge against the state of Ohio for the wrongful imprisonment of his father.
Legally speaking, my dad's life was still tainted with this wrongful conviction.
Terry Gilbert is Sam Jr.'s lawyer.
So there's so much here that can be examined. Forensic psychology, forensic trauma, forensic blood spatter, DNA, skin mark wounds. All this, when you take it all together, really points to the fact that somebody else murdered Marilyn Sheppard.
Gilbert decides to tackle the old evidence with the newest in forensic science, DNA profiling. There's a slim hope the DNA in the 40-year-old blood has not degraded over time. The coroner who conducted the original autopsy is dead, but his family has kept Marilyn's samples in a safe. It's a stroke of luck. DNA is best preserved in a dry place. Dr. Mohammed Tahir is the DNA specialist who analyzes the samples. He makes a startling discovery. The vaginal swab from Marilyn's autopsy contains sperm. Tahir lifts DNA from stamps on love letters Sam wrote to Marilyn. He determines for certain it is not Sam Sheppard's sperm. He also tests the mysterious bloodstain on the wall. Does the DNA match Richard Eberling? Tahir chooses his words carefully.
My analysis of DNA does not tell who killed or who did not kill her. The only thing I'm saying is that the evidence does tell that these stains did not originate from Sam or Marilyn.
DNA also confirms that the blood droplets on the stairs did not come from Sam or Marilyn. And the blood stain on Sam's pants is likewise not from him or his wife.
Again, Eberling cannot be excluded.
So we're left with the definite possibility from a scientific standpoint, specifically DNA, that Eberling could well have been the person who attacked Marilyn Sheppard. You have him in that house, we know, a couple of days before, so that he was familiar with it. You have a man who was subsequently convicted of the murder of another individual.
Has a decades-old crime finally been solved? For Neff, the new forensic evidence confirms his version of events back in 1954.
On July 4th, Richard Eberling drove his car over to Huntington Park, 2 blocks from the Sheppard home, and parked it. He crept down to the beach and crawled along the sand up through the back stairs to the Sheppard home. He was obsessed with Marilyn Sheppard. He crept into the house in the dark. He knew the house well as the yard. Here was the object of his obsession.
What am I doing here? I've come here to see you. What do you mean, Richard? No.
Eberling sexually assaults Marilyn. She fights back.
She bit the hand covering her mouth, carried a flashlight with him to get into the house. He was a sadistic, brutal killer who was taking his time. He enjoyed watching people die. He had said that again later in life.
When Sam enters, Eberling strikes him down and flees.
He saw a white form with bushy hair. Eberling, balding, often wore wigs.
In this version, Sam's story of chasing an unknown intruder proves true.
It was Eberling. He chased him to the beach. Eberling dragged him into the water with his t-shirt, either stripping the shirt or using the shirt to clean himself from all the spattered blood, and left Dr. Sam.
Had they put Richard Eberling on trial and tried him for this murder or even interrogated him about it, I have no doubt that he would have been found guilty. All of the evidence points to him.
Sam Reese Sheppard finally believes he has found his mother's true murderer. But his quest to vindicate his father would take one final, dramatic turn. In January 2000, the 3rd trial in the murder of Marilyn Sheppard begins.
Finally, after 45 and a half years, the truth will be told to you in this courtroom. What we need to do, and what we've tried to do all along, is to look at the science. Yes, the forensic science is complicated. Yes, the technology is complicated. It's very difficult, sometimes for juries to understand this.
Bill Mason is the prosecutor who represents the state of Ohio. He prepares his own forensic experts to counter the Sheppard team.
Our experts' analysis says this blood was contaminated from the 50 years. It was just not properly handled. And to come to any kind of conclusion that there's another person in the room is just not well thought.
Cyril Wecht testifies that this murder was the act of a sexual predator, not an enraged husband.
Here's Marilyn with the pajama top pulled up, the pajama bottom down onto one leg. To any casual observer, let alone a trained forensic pathologist or criminalist, one has to immediately think that this is strongly suggestive of a sexual assault.
The state argues that it's textbook domestic homicide.
Why do men beat their wives? If you can answer that, you can solve the world's problems. My suggestion is that I thought maybe he went up that night to have sex with her and she rejected him and he went off.
You sicken me! You disgust me!
I don't know. But something set off that violence that evening.
Mason is determined to prove that Sam Sheppard murdered his wife and bring a 45-year-old mystery to an end. In the 3rd Sam Sheppard trial, modern forensic opinion is applied to half-century-old investigative methods. In the earlier trials, prosecutors had argued that Sam Sheppard faked his injuries. But one forensic expert now contends that this is impossible.
In my opinion, there was no way these wounds could have been self-inflicted, nor could they have been staged. That was the other accusation that was leveled regarding these injuries.
Bill Mason makes a controversial counterclaim that the x-rays are not of Sheppard.
There was claims that he had a broken neck and they had x-rays that showed that there was a broken neck. Well, the coroner at the time, Dr. Gerber, was very unbelieving about the broken neck. So he went to Bayview Hospital and had some separate x-rays made up of Sam's neck and spine, and there was no break in the neck.
Gilbert aims to convince the jury that the psychotic Richard Eberling killed Marilyn, not Sam.
The brutality was the kind of attack that is the earmark of a sexually sadistic psychopath. To look at Dr. Sheppard and to seriously suggest that he would kill his wife in this matter is ludicrous.
Eberling links himself to the crime in a prison interview.
I asked him why he thought that Marilyn Sheppard's pajamas had been pulled down and her bed clothing was disturbed, and he was like, well, I don't know, it couldn't have happened while she was kicking and thrashing.
Dr. Tahir presents the DNA evidence linking Eberling to the scene. Mason says there is too much sample contamination to prove that Eberling was the killer.
DNA was not discovered and used in a courtroom until 1992. And people didn't care for the DNA, and they didn't handle DNA properly. My analysis is, and our experts' analysis is, this blood was contaminated from the 50 years. It was just not properly handled.
Jim Neff was at the trial. He understood Tahir's evidence, but the jury didn't.
The best evidence at the trial was this 1-inch blood spot that was found on the wall just next to Marilyn Sheppard's bed. It's a contact stain. In other words, it didn't fly off the murder weapon because it was too big. This blood was located in a box years later in Dr. Kirk's archives, and it was tested. And of all the DNA tests, this was the best specimen because it was the only one that could be explained by only 2 contributors. And this was an overlap of Marilyn Sheppard's blood and blood that matched Richard Eberling's profile. That point was not made very clearly to the jury. I was there. They didn't understand that. I know that from interviewing them later. So that was a missed opportunity.
Then Mason drops his own forensic bombshell. The original investigation of the blood smear on the wall found it to be type O, not from Sam or Marilyn. But Richard Eberling is type A. Unless Kirk was wrong, there is no explanation for this forensic riddle.
You can argue, gee, it was never absolutely shown to the exclusion of the entire world that the blood and the semen came from Eberling. You certainly can demonstrate that there was a third person. So once you have established that, really, that is the same as saying that Sam Sheppard was not the killer.
The question is, will the jury understand the complex science? After just 4 hours of deliberation, a verdict for the 3rd time in the half-century-old murder mystery.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled, do hereby find for the defendant, the state of Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Sam Sheppard, dead for 30 years, is once again found to be the murderer of his wife. Terry Gilbert is shocked and disillusioned with the verdict.
We had hoped that we could come back to where this all happened and somehow allow them to purge themselves of this dark history, to come clean, so to speak, to own up, to show some accountability, to show some sympathy to this family that was totally destroyed.
Sam Reese Sheppard clings to his belief that his father did not kill his mother.
We are bloodied but unbowed, just as my father was. My father's life was destroyed by the state of Ohio. I will never forget that. I will never let you forget that.
I don't know of any individual or any case that has had 3 trials in this country. It's been up to the Supreme Court of Ohio. It's been up to the Supreme Court of the United States and back. I mean, there is nothing more to do with this case. It's over.
Jim Neff gets one final tantalizing clue when interviewing Richard Eberling in prison.
So we sat down and he was in a wheelchair across from me and I'm talking to Richard Eberling about Marilyn Shepard once again. And he said something, he said, I was in the room and, I just couldn't believe all the blood. And that's in effect what he said to me, and I was stunned. I'm thinking, oh my God, he's put himself in the murder room.
Richard Eberling dies 2 weeks later. Barring another forensic breakthrough, we will never know if Eberling killed Marilyn Shepard, or someone else, or if it was Dr. Sam Shepard all along. A dead man at the bottom of the English Channel leads to an evil criminal mastermind.
Murder is a nasty, nasty business.
Tiny pieces of forensic evidence help investigators close in on a man who nearly got away with murder.
Though the pathologist hadn't said foul play was evident, there was obviously something very much amiss.
And other repulsive crimes.
It was certainly an interesting case with many twists and turns in it.
Police and CSIs follow a twisted path to uncover the secrets behind a dead man with no name. What they discover is a dark, scandalous story.
Prosecution calls Sheena Walker.
About stolen identity, accusations of incest.
Why did you live this fabrication?
And murder. It is July 1996, just off the coast of Devon, near Britain's southwest tip. Veteran fisherman John Kopek and his son are plying the waters for sea bass. They catch more than they bargained for.
We've gone up across a stretch of ground called the Roughs. Hauled no fish, shot on again, no fish, and we decided to shorten distance up back to home. And on the last haul we hauled, and we had a body laid on top of the cod end. He was curled up in a fetal position, laid on top of the fish, wearing good clothing, a very expensive watch, damage to the back of his head.
They take their gruesome catch ashore to police. Investigators overlook a clue right under their noses that will take months to discover. Detective Constable Ian Clenahan has been on the job for only 6 days in this sleepy tourist town. A dead body gets the rookie's attention.
It was a weekend, the weekend of the 28th of July. I was in the office and we got a call from our radio control room saying that there was a dead body had been trawled up by a local fishing boat and had been brought into Brixham Harbour. It was a male body, fully dressed, in a shirt, corduroy trousers and shoes. The body itself had no identification on it. There was a tattoo on the back of his hand, which at that stage was undistinguishable. There was a gold chain around his neck, and the pockets were turned out on the trousers, and Rolex watch on his wrist.
The 28-year-old detective says the first task is to identify the body. Gossip spreads, and people in Devon think they know who this Rolex man is. 1 week earlier, a young man had gone missing after a night of drinking in a local pub.
The youngster had been drowned in the bay, I think it was 3 days before, and we assumed they got drunk and gone on a pedalo and sunk it. We assumed it was him, on the assumption there's not too many bodies out there.
But this is no youngster. Hamish Turner was Her Majesty's coroner for Devon and Cornwall in 1996. The autopsy determines that the dead man is at least 40, even 45.
Well, it was a fascination. My officer rang me up and said we've had a body brought in from Brixham. It was fascinating to try and find out what had happened. We did have underclothes made in the United States and a pair of trousers made in Canada, so we knew there was some sort of connection there.
Police decide to check dental records. If the man is British, they'll be on file. Right now, that's the best shot at finding out who this Rolex man is. Dr. Guillen Fernando is the chief pathologist for Devon and Cornwall.
He had some injuries. One of the main injuries he had was a 3-centimeter laceration on the back of his head, which was not a substantial injury, just a skin-deep laceration. No fracture, no brain injury. So I didn't attach much importance to it at that point. He also had 2 other injuries. Again, you quite commonly find bruising on bodies which have been recovered from the water.
Fernando's conclusion leads police to their first theory, that the man was a lone sailor who had lost control of his vessel and was flung overboard. The body is discovered nearly 10 kilometers from shore. Police call in experts to prove that the dead man died at sea. Brian Gallimore was the crime scene manager assigned to the case.
Was this man that we've got in the water fishing 10 miles away, had got swept into the water by a high wave and had found his way down into that particular spot? What would be the tide movements? How would the water move? Could the water have taken him from shore and dropped him there, or taken him and left him in that particular part of the ocean?
Dr. Bob Allen is a specialist on ocean currents.
What I was required to do was to find out how the body got there.
Allen looks at river levels, winds, and tides to see if forces of nature could have carried the man 10 kilometers out to sea. His conclusion? No way.
I was able to show fairly easily that they were non-starters. There hadn't been much rain in the previous week or two, so there wasn't much freshwater flow, and the winds generally were onshore.
Now it's up to the police to figure out how he got there. They ask around looking for a missing sailboat and find nothing. The case is literally put on ice. Dr. Fernando has Rolex man's body stored in a minus 25 degrees Celsius freezer.
We left the mortuary with no real indication of homicide at that time, but sufficient to say that the body was still dealt with as though it was a crime scene, and a crime scene it had to be dealt with as, with the usual stripping of the body and all the clothing put in separate bags and for later analysis if it becomes necessary.
The case is all but closed, but one young cop has a gut feeling that something's not right. He can't let go.
You've got to keep all avenues open, and you've got to really go on the facts that you've got and work out the most likely scenario and then progress your investigation from there, really. So no, at that stage I wasn't thinking certainly anything sinister.
Clenahan turns his attention to the dead man's Rolex. A Rolex self-winding watch stops after about 2 days without movement, even underwater. It gives Clenahan an approximate date of death, July 20th. And the watch offers another clue.
I sought a lot of advice from other people in different fields, and one of the pieces of advice that I got was the fact that the Rolex watch, if it was sent off to the Rolex company, then they could open the watch up, and in fact there is an engraving inside the watch which would tell me if that Rolex watch had been serviced at any stage, and if so, where.
Rolex man now has a serial number, 154402. Ten days pass with no new leads in the mysterious death of Rolex man. Constable Ian Clenahan turns to old-fashioned police work to seek answers.
We get a lot of cargo ships passing this area, so one of the main jobs was to check all the ships that had passed through these shipping lanes. It all drew a blank, all the inquiries with the shipping agents, the ferries, the missing persons. There was nothing really that fitted the bill as to who this person might be.
I mean, the man could have fallen off a boat, he could have fallen off the cliffs fishing, he could have fallen off a cross-channel ferry, which was one line of inquiry. Very often we get divers that are lost. Clearly this wasn't a diver, but there's many, many different ways people can lose their life out to sea.
Then the investigation gets its first big break. Files at Rolex reveal that a man named Ronald Joseph Platt bought the watch in Germany in 1967. But after 30 years, the watch could easily have changed owners. Dental records confirm the dead man is indeed Ronald Platt. His last known address is hundreds of miles to the northeast in Essex. Why he died so far from home is a mystery Ian Clenihan is determined to solve.
A good few hundred miles from here. It's a good five-hour drive from this area. So that in itself was strange. I mean, what could a guy be doing that is based possibly 5 hours away, be doing in the sea off Teignmouth at that time?
Clenihan reaches Sergeant Peter Redman of the Essex Police.
Hello, Sergeant Peter Redman speaking.
Hello, Sergeant. This is Detective Constable Ian Clenihan calling from Torbay down in Devon. I need your help with something.
What can I do for you, Constable?
Yes, 1996, the phone call from Devon and Cornwall, asking if I could visit an address in Chelmsford, Beardsley Drive in Chelmsford.
I've got a body turned up in the channel off Teignmouth, and we've traced him back out your way. Seems he might have lived out there. I wonder if you could drop round.
Sure. What's the name and address?
Platt. Ronald Platt. And here's the address.
Went to the address. It's an empty property by now. So some inquiries with the council revealed the landlord's details, and I went across and saw him. He said that the property had been vacated a few weeks or a few months previously. All he had as a forwarding address was an address in Wood and Water. And a name, David Davis.
Hello.
Hello. I'm looking for David Davis.
Speaking.
Are you an acquaintance of a man named Ronald Platt?
Yes, I know Ron. Who's calling, please?
It's Sergeant Peter Redman, sir. I don't want to discuss matters on the phone. Can I come to see you?
That really isn't convenient for me at the moment. Where are you? I can come to the police station if you like. What's this about?
Not to alarm you, Mr. Davis, but a body has turned up at sea off Devon, and it may be your friend, Mr. Platt.
Oh, my God.
Can you come to the station?
What about this afternoon at 2?
That would be fine. Thank you, Mr. Davis. I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Mr. Davis. Sergeant Peter Redman.
When I met David Davis at the police station, he struck me as a very well-to-do, very confident man, dressed casually, but very well. The clothes were of good quality.
I'm sorry to inconvenience you like this. It must be very difficult.
He held himself with an air of authority, and he came across as a really nice chap, the sort of person you'd happily meet in the pub and sit and have a drink with.
A fisherman in Devon pulled a body out of the sea about a month ago. The man was wearing a Rolex watch, which apparently belonged to Ronald Platt. You say you knew him.
Yes, I did. I've known him for several years now. He was a good friend of mine. Now, last I saw of Ron, he was about to leave for France to start a TV repair business there. In fact, I'd loaned him...
He explained how Ron had decided to go across to France, to the La Rochelle area in France, and that he was going to assist him in setting up business.
When was this, Mr. Davis?
June, I believe. Yes, it was June.
Did he leave an address in France?
No, he didn't. He really wasn't sure where he was going to end up. But his mail was being forwarded to my house.
And what did you receive?
Nothing, really. No.
And he couldn't assist with how Ron could have ended up in the sea off Devon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Davis. If you think of anything else, could you give me a call? Here's my card. Anything at all.
I think I do have a picture of Ron around somewhere, and if I can find it, I'll send it to you.
That would be helpful.
It's the least I can do.
We'll keep you informed, Mr. Davis.
Redmond calls Clenahan and tells him Davis has little to offer. The lead has run dry. But the rookie is determined to crack the case.
I think in any investigator's mind, you don't like closing things down until you know exactly what has happened. And I was very keen to establish exactly what the cause of death was.
The next clue comes from the dead man himself. Ronald Platt's tattoo. Clenahan learns that Platt loved Canada and that the tattoo is the national emblem, the maple leaf. Clenahan then discovers that Platt met Davis through Platt's girlfriend, Elaine Boyes.
Oh, I have something for you, too.
Turns out Davis played a role in Platt's Canadian connection.
Go ahead, open it.
5 years earlier.
I don't believe it. It is what you wanted, or at least you said you did.
Yes, it's just that it's so very generous of you, Mr. Davis, and so unexpected.
Go ahead, read it.
2 air tickets to Canada. I'm in shock. I really am. We're finally going and never coming back.
I'll drink to that.
Elaine leaves Ron after just 3 months in Canada and never sees him again. Platt is desperate, lonely, and broke. These facts lead Clenahan to a new theory. Maybe Ron Platt simply came back to England to die. Forensic science supports the theory that Ron Platt was alive when he hit the water.
I could say that he did not die from the injury to his head because there's no skull fracture and the brain didn't show any evidence of injury. If it was inflicted during life, it would have stunned him, it would have made him unconscious, but I'm pretty sure that injury didn't kill him. And I also know that he was alive when he went into the water because he showed signs of drowning.
Fernando believes Platt has been in the water for just over a week. What he doesn't know is how far he might have drifted in that time. Police turn back to tidal expert Bob Allen for help.
The police asked me to look at 2 situations. Could the body have arrived at the site it was found by natural forces? And the other thing they were concerned about is, would he have moved under the forces of the sea during the time that he was missing?
Allen consults the tidal charts and assures investigators that ocean currents were not strong enough to have moved Platt's body. The question now is, how did he get there? The case has gone cold, but the rookie cop Clenahan remains magnetized by the Rolex Man mystery. He calls Peter Redman in Essex one more time.
Pete, I'm a bit embarrassed by this, but I've lost the mobile number of that American Davis. I'm trying to close the file up on this case. I wonder if you could dig it out for me.
Well, no, I don't have it, but no, I do remember the address. It's a place out in the country. It's called Little London Farm. It's only a 20-minute drive from me. I'll go out and see him if you like.
Oh, that'd be great, Pete. Cheers. The boss really wants me to stop working on this Platt case, so just ask Davis if there's anything he could do to help us, and we'll call it a day.
Done.
So I drove over to Wood and Water.
Dumb luck leads Redmond to a twist no one expects.
As you can see, it's a narrow little lane. These 2 houses, at the time, they didn't have their names above them. So I knocked at this one, Little London House. Transpired the house next door was the one I wanted. Anyway, I spoke to the people at Little London House. I said, oh, after David Davis. Oh, David Davis doesn't live there. It's a Ron Platt. So my immediate thought was, well, if Ron Platt's living there, who's in the mortuary in Devon? I had a cup of tea with the elderly couple next door for some time, and they were telling me how that the person they knew as Ron Platt lived next door with his wife.
Not exactly sure what he does. The money seems to be absolutely no object. He has a lovely young wife, half his age, and 2 little children. They almost never leave the house.
What's his wife's name?
Noelle, and the children are Emily and Lily. They're away right now, up in York, I believe. They're away a lot these days. They also keep a lovely yacht down in Devon, where they spend most of the summer. Oh. I said something wrong?
Oh, probably not. If you don't mind, I'd like you to make no mention of my visit here. I don't want Mr. Platt to become alarmed that police have been involved.
Absolutely. Anything we can do to help.
Thank you both so much.
Why is David Davis masquerading as Ronald Platt? Now the police have a new mystery to unravel.
Hey, Ian.
Hello, Sergeant.
I just got back from David Davis's house.
Armed with new information, Sergeant Peter Redmond calls Ian Clenahan in Devon.
Neighbours were. Turns out Davis is going by the name Ron Platt.
What?
Yeah, that's what I said too. He's Ron Platt up here in Essex. I checked it out at the hospital where his kid was born. Her birth name is Emily Platt.
Well, this doesn't make sense.
You won't be closing this Rolex case just yet.
Look, I'll have to talk to the boss.
Yeah, keep in touch.
I'll call you back, okay? Chief, had a bit of a development with the Platt case. Turns out that David Davis has been using...
The police decide to reopen the Rolex Man mystery case.
I mean, that's mistaken identity as well.
They discover that Davis has been signing checks using Platt's name. They also learn that Davis's wife is about 20 years old, at least 30 years younger than he is. They have 2 girls, a 3-year-old and a 10-month-old. Hospital records show that both children were registered with the last name Platt.
Although the pathologist hadn't said foul play was evident, based on the fact that he was living the identity of Ron Platt, there was obviously something very much amiss. Why was this man doing that? Posing as a dead person, effectively. One of the first thoughts was to arrest for an offence under the Official Secrets Act, actually, in relating to the false registration of the baby's birth.
We checked all his utility bills, his gas, his telephone, his electric, his water, and all of these bills were being paid in the name of Ronald Platt. We have Mr. Ronald Platt in Torbay Hospital, and we also have Mr. Ronald Platt living alive and well in Wood and Walter in Essex. And we then, at this stage, had to find out exactly what was going on.
They're away right now, up in York, I believe.
The neighbors have given police their most valuable clue.
They have a lovely yacht in Devon.
That the man they know as Ronald Platt keeps a sailboat in Devon.
Have I said anything wrong?
Oh, I've hit it many a time. Oh, yeah.
Did David Davis murder Ronald Platt?
First we find out he's got a boat in Devon. Then we find out that he, in fact, or certainly his phone, was in Devon at the crucial time. So all of these added up to a very suspicious incident which warranted more investigation.
More damning evidence comes from Ron Platt's ex-girlfriend, Elaine Boyes.
Yeah, that's him.
When did you last see him?
Elaine Boyes thought it quite strange that Mr. Davis didn't actually mention to her that her ex-boyfriend had been found drowned off the sea in Devon.
That's not possible.
I'm sorry?
I spoke to Mr. Davis just last week. He didn't mention anything about Ron being dead. He said that Ron was in France.
Well, he's known since July.
Do you think that Mr. Davis might have had something to do with this? I can't imagine it.
No, Miss Boyes, we don't think so. We're really treating it as an accident. Don't jump to any conclusions.
Clenahan gets Davis's cell phone records and learns he was in Devon the week of Platt's murder. Eyewitnesses attest to seeing Davis and Platt at a local inn. Police decide it's all the evidence they need. On October 31st, 1996, Peter Redman arrests David Davis on suspicion of murder.
He recognised me straight away. I said, I'm arresting you, Mr. Davis, on suspicion of the murder of Ron Platt. And he said, fine, what happens now? And when the officers searched him, in one pocket he was David Davis with all the identity documents, and in the other pocket he was Ron Platt.
They also arrest his 20-year-old wife, suspecting her as an accomplice. Baby Lily is just 10 months old, so she must accompany her mother to the station.
Good girl.
The toddler, Emily, is left with a neighbor.
I love you. I'll be back, I promise, okay?
Police will later discover that Noel has packed a surprise in the toddler's bag.
And there were some gold bars and several £1,000s in cash, which is just what a 3-year-old needs for a few nights away.
British law provides police 36 hours to gather enough evidence to charge David Davis with murder. It is now a race against time. They cannot prepare themselves for the grotesque twists they will uncover. The woman known as Noelle Davis throws British police an unexpected curve. She is posing as Elaine Boyes, the ex-girlfriend of the murdered Ronald Platt.
Let's go over this one more time, Noelle.
I told you already. We moved from Long Island, New York in 1990.
And what were you doing with Elaine Boyes' ID?
We needed British ID to get health care for the children.
How old are you, Noelle?
21.
And your husband?
50.
And where exactly did you meet him? He's not your husband, is he?
Noelle finally breaks. She is not David Davis's wife. She is his daughter. Peter Redman recalls how the investigation froze at that moment.
Obviously, the questions of parentage of the two children became foremost in my mind. But the decision was made that the murder was the primary offence that we were investigating. And the issue of the children's parentage would be a matter that would be dealt with later at the appropriate time and in the appropriate place.
Meanwhile, David Davis will only say one thing.
Once again, Mr. Davis, this is a whole lot easier if you cooperate with us.
I want to see my solicitor.
At Davis's house, police seek clues to a murder. Instead, they find £30,000 in cash, 17 gold bars, and safety deposit keys that suggest their suspected murderer is a millionaire. They also find compromising photographs of David Davis and Noel. It appears Davis may be the father of his daughter's children. The police have stumbled into a twisted world that may involve theft, incest, and finally, murder. Investigators discover a GPS. It is new technology in 1996, so it is sent to the manufacturer to see if it holds further clues. The cold case is now white hot. The trail leads to the fisherman who caught Ron Platt in his net 10 weeks earlier. He reveals evidence that was overlooked when police took Ron Platt's body from the nets.
That was a small anchor, small plough anchor. We didn't discover that until after the body had been removed from the boat and we were cleaning the nets out.
Unfortunately for police, Kopek has given the anchor away.
Another fisherman was walking along the quay and he said, I've just bought a speedboat. That'd just suit my speedboat. Can I have it? I said, help yourself, Derek.
It takes police a month to track it down. It is sent to forensic experts who may be able to see if the anchor holds hidden clues.
That was a turning point for me in the investigation because as soon as they mentioned an anchor in the same net, I found that of extreme interest. It was possibly coincidental, but if we've got a suspicion that a person has been drowned and foul play is suspected, then what better instrument is there to hold a guy on the bottom of the ocean than an anchor weight?
Ocean expert Bob Allen is certain that the anchor helped sink Ronald Platt.
At this stage in the investigation, the police realised that he may have been weighted down with a 10-pound anchor on the seabed near to where he was found. They were concerned about was whether there was any possibility he might have been moved by the ocean currents. To investigate that, I needed to study the ocean currents in the area that were occurring during that 10-day period. And I worked out the direction and the magnitude of those forces. They varied from day to day, they varied from tide to tide.
Allen is certain. With an anchor weighing him down, Platt could not move far from where he was dumped. Pathologist Guillen Fernando recalls the wound on the back of Ronald Platt's head.
Once we realized that the anchor had been used to weigh down the body, and the deceased was still alive when he went into the water and drowned, there was only one possibility, that he had been stunned by being hit on the head with a heavy blunt weapon, sufficient to knock him senseless, but not to kill him outright. And then obviously the anchor has been attached and it's been dropped in the water.
But can forensic science prove it? Fernando gets to work. Ronald Platt, frozen for more than 100 days, is brought out to thaw. Investigators give Dr. Guillen Fernando an anchor identical to the one caught in John Kopek's fishing nets. He makes a critical discovery.
He had 2 injuries on his leg, one near his hip, the other close to his knee. And when he placed the anchor against the body along his thigh, you could see the points where the anchor would have been rubbing against the skin. And at those points, we had these 2 bruises, and that were exact length of the shank of the anchor.
Fernando reports his discovery to police. Investigators now turn to more forensic experts to prove that David Davis killed Ronald Platt. The anchor found in the nets with Ron Platt's body is sent to the UK's elite Forensic Science Services lab. Dr. Ian Gray is assigned to the case.
He was trying to associate the anchor that had been trawled up in the same net with Mr. Platt Obviously, the likely contact points there would be the trousers and the belt that he was wearing at the time the body was recovered. So we looked to see whether there was a transfer of material from the belt, namely the leather, to the anchor.
Gray first has the belt examined under a conventional microscope.
There was a definite kink in the belt, and the upper and lower surfaces were folding over, which would suggest that some kind of force or some pressure had actually been exerted in that area. When the inside of the belt in those areas was examined, it was noticeable that there were quite a lot of sort of scratches or abrasions in that area. Looking at that under low-power microscope, you could see that those abrasions were in fact translucent deposits that had actually been added to the belt.
Gray orders the belt scanned with an electron microscope, a high-tech device that can determine if the abrasions came from the zinc-coated anchor.
When a sample gives off X-rays, these X-rays have certain energies, and the system is calibrated across the full energy range.
Jones puts a sample from the belt into the microscope. The device scans for invisible evidence of metallic residue.
If I pull zinc up here, you can see that the two components we have, here and here, the energies correspond to the position of metallic zinc.
The belt is laced with zinc in one particular place, alongside Ron Platt's left hip. Crime scene analyst Brian Gallimore conducts an impromptu experiment.
Once I saw the anchor, I could see the type of anchor that it was, then it was very easy to slip inside my belt that I wore on a daily basis. And once it slipped through there, it actually kinked the belt and hung nicely over my left hip. The end of the anchor, which went and landed or was positioned just above the knee on the left-hand side, would have matched the bruising on the deceased. So this was a highly significant find.
Then the anchor itself is examined. Months later, the forensics tell the same story.
When you look at the anchor itself, you can see that at the base of the shank, there are brown deposits there, which would suggest that some material had actually been in contact with that part of the anchor.
All forensic evidence is circumstantial, but Gray's findings are compelling.
It's quite unusual to look at an anchor and find deposits of leather on it. If you were to pick up a substantial number of anchors, you'd probably find that none of them actually had deposits of leather attached to them.
David Davis's yacht, the Lady Jane, is scoured for more evidence. CSIs find just 3 human hairs.
Right, the Lady Jane, that was the #1 crime scene. That was the murder scene as we know it today. And then it was brought back to our force area and held, and eventually we took it to the Forensic Science Service at Chepstow, and myself and other officers, forensic officers, then made a very detailed examination of the inside and the outside of that vessel to put Platt on that yacht. There was a degree of hair and fibres that we were able to seize from soft furnishings within the galley of the vessel.
Colin Dark is the scientist assigned to the case.
We recovered those hairs and we formed the view that they'd been pulled out of someone's scalp. We cut off the roots and sent those for DNA analysis. The DNA test gave us a match for that tuft that we found at the scene to Ronald Platt's reference DNA sample. Match probability of 1 in 3 million.
The dragnet is tightening around David Davis. The fact that CSIs have found no blood is no surprise to Dark.
Not to find Ronald Platt's blood on the boat is not an unexpected result. Someone can receive a blow to the head, render them unconscious, so they're disabled and can be then manhandled off the boat, weighed down, whatever.
might leave the small tuft of hairs behind, but it doesn't split the skin, so there's no bleeding, and no blood gets left behind. They're knocked out.
It came up very empty, yes it did, but as we know, not all injuries will produce profuse amounts of blood. So the absence of blood does not mean there's been no crime. It'd be very nice to find lots of blood and be able to prove that is the blood of the deceased, but it's not always possible, and it certainly wasn't on this occasion.
Now investigators believe they have all the pieces of the puzzle.
Ron, can you hand me that bag on the deck there?
Sure. All right, David. Yeah, oh, Jesus, bloody heavy.
Yeah.
What's in it?
Oh, just some stuff I picked up in Dartmouth. Sailing things, you know, anchor, rope.
It's good to be back here. Never thought I'd say that.
But I missed being here. It's good to see you back on your feet again.
Not quite. At least getting there. And I must say again, David, I can't thank you enough for all your help, especially these last few days.
It's nothing.
No, really. You're the only friend I have. I just have a feeling, you know? This time things will be different.
Then the final breakthrough. Technicians download the last date, time, and position from Davis's GPS. July 20th, 1996, 9:00 p.m. Just under 4 miles from where the fisherman snagged Ronald Platt's body, and within the timeline left by the stopped Rolex watch on the dead man's arm. Police now believe they have enough evidence to go to trial. There is a final unexpected twist. Interpol informs British police that their suspect is not David Davis at all. His name is Albert Walker. He is a Canadian. The real David Davis is a car salesman whose identity Walker stole in 1990. Now the story gets even more bizarre. Noelle Davis is really Sheena Walker. She was 15 when she went on the run with her father. In the 1980s, Walker posed as a financial advisor and stole millions of dollars from small-town people in Canada.
Wife lost the business, our life saving, and the house. As I said before, if I had a gun, I would have shot him. He was a handsome guy, well-dressed, shiny shoes, and the wife loved him.
By 1990, Walker was running out of people to steal from. His wife of 22 years was starting to get suspicious. He moved $3 million out of the country and hopped on a plane to Europe with Sheena. Once in England, Walker convinced Ronald Platt to move to Canada.
And never coming back. I'll drink to that.
Platt authorized a rubber stamp of his signature. Walker also got copies of Elaine Boy's ID, so that his daughter Sheena could assume her identity. Platt stays in Canada for 3 years before he returns to the UK. He looks up his old friend Walker, aka David Davis, aka Ronald Platt. Platt's unexpected return is a threat to Walker's new identity. Enough of a threat to kill him, the investigators believe. Now it's time to see if a jury agrees. Albert Walker languishes in prison for over a year and a half. In June 1998, he gets his day in court.
Mr. Barton, for the Crown.
Thank you, my lord. The prosecution calls Miss Sheena Walker.
The Crown's star witness is none other than Sheena Walker.
Do you remember Saturday, July 20th?
Yes, I do.
Did your father go sailing that day?
Yes, he did.
And what time did he return?
Later on in the evening, 10 o'clock approximately.
Did you have a discussion?
I asked him how the sailing was, what the weather was like, that sort of thing. He was very tired, so we just went to bed. Is that you?
Yeah,
How was sailing?
fine.
Lovely day.
You know, I'm feeling really tired. I'm just gonna go upstairs to bed.
Good night, then.
Why did you live this fabrication? That you were your father's wife?
Well, my father suggested that, because there was a small child, we should present ourselves as husband and wife.
The jury has come to try a murderer. Nothing could prepare them for the sickening suggestion of incest surrounding Albert and Sheena Walker.
Your father
After a week of testimony from investigators and forensic experts, Albert Walker himself takes the stand.
We were as husband and wife. She was somewhat embarrassed that she was a single girl and wanted to have the appearance that she wasn't single.
And the child's name?
Emily Jane Platt.
Then it's the Crown's turn.
And you called Sheena what?
Noel.
And she called you what?
Daddy.
Well, that must have raised a few eyebrows.
Why?
Because you were living as husband and wife.
Emily called me Daddy, and Sheena called me Daddy. Occasionally, she would call me Ron, but when Ron was there, she would call me Daddy or Dad.
The subject finally turns to murder.
Do you acknowledge the motive you had for ridding yourself of Ronald Platt? The real Ronald Platt?
What motive?
Did you not recognize him as a threat to your future life?
No.
That he might jeopardize your money and your liberty?
I did not murder Ronald Platt. He was a friend of mine.
It all comes down to the forensic evidence. The anchor, which left a telltale mark on Platt's body. The GPS, placing Walker's yacht at the scene. The cell phone calls and credit card bills proving Walker was in Devon. Platt's hair, found on the yacht. And finally, the Rolex, establishing the time of death.
That man is a murderer. He executed Ronald Platt with a degree of planning that I would call chilling.
We are not here to determine what you may think of Albert Walker as a man. We are here to decide what conclusions you may safely reach based on the Crown's evidence. How does the Crown's evidence stand up against its theory? The Crown's case has many fatal flaws. Where is the burden of proof?
The jury deliberates for just 2 hours. The verdict, guilty.
This was a callous, premeditated killing designed to eliminate a man you had used for your own selfish ends. He became a danger to you, and he had to die. You are an intelligent and ruthless man who poses a serious threat to anyone who stands in your way. And I shall have regard to that when making recommendations to the Home Secretary for the length of your sentence. You may go down.
Albert Walker is sentenced to life in prison. To this day, he proclaims his innocence. A forensic trail that began with a Rolex and ended with a GPS revealed his brilliant murder plot. He nearly got away with a near-perfect crime.
Yeah, Walker was a very unfortunate person, but we were very fortunate in as much as we recovered the anchor, the GPS system that put his boat out at a particular time. Everything that, or most everything that we pursued came back with very positive evidence. And if we hadn't dealt with that evidence positively and effectively, then yeah, Walker could be a free man today.
Sheena Walker has a new life in Canada. The paternity of her 2 daughters has never been made public. In 2005, Albert Walker is permitted to return to Canada to serve out his sentence. His reason? To be closer to his family. August 1988. A killer stalks the Mourmelon region of France. 8 young men disappear in just 8 years. Most are military cadets. Officials dismiss the men as deserters. Family members fight for the real story to be told.
I still think we were cheated all along, cheated of justice, robbed of it.
One dogged police officer refuses to let the case go.
Je me souviens parfaitement avoir dit.
And I remember very well saying to my captain,
celui-là, je le
we've got
sens
our
bien.
man.
A small corner of northern France becomes known as the Triangle of Death. What is happening to the young cadets? Several different theories are uncovered. Different suspects are identified. Tireless detective work. Tiny pieces of dirt and hair lead police to a shocking conclusion. And in the end, the case takes one last startling turn. August 8th, 1987. In a quiet patch of countryside near the town of Alencourt, France, farmer Marcel Lant takes his dog for a walk. It's a daily ritual that today will have a grisly ending.
Oh mon Dieu!
The body has no wallet, no money, no clues to his name. Jacques Buxa, head of the violent crime division of the gendarmes, is assigned to the case.
On était en présence d'un cadavre dont on ignorait
We found a body
l'identité,
with no ID,
on ignorait d'où
so
il
we
venait,
had no
où il
idea
allait,
who he was,
on n'avait
where he
rien,
was from, where he
si
was
ce n'est
going.
qu'on savait que c'était
We
une
had
jeune
nothing.
personne de sexe masculin.
All we knew was that this was a young man
Visiblement,
whose
il y avait
body
des traces de
showed
coups.
traces of violence
Un
and had
trou
been
avait été
buried
creusé
in
et
a
le
shallow
corps
grave.
recouvert avec de la terre.
So
Donc,
this
il
was murder.
s'agissait d'un meurtre ou d'un assassinat.
The first theory is that this crime is a petty robbery gone wrong. The body quickly buried to hide the evidence. The shallow grave is only 5 meters from a local road and just off a major French highway, the A26. It is one of the few wooded bits of land in the area. The body is taken to the morgue at the nearby St. Quentin Hospital.
We have a young male, Caucasian, in his late teens or early 20s. We can see the presence of some wounds on the posterior of the right ear, indicating the body was likely buried 4 to 5 days ago.
The body was buried in early August. It's not badly decayed, which helps to discover how the victim died.
We can see a horizontal rounded strangulation groove, less than a centimeter wide.
Une trace de strangulation était parfaitement visible.
The strangulation marks were perfectly visible. It was clearly a violent death.
Qu'il s'agissait
But we
d'une mort
still didn't
violente,
understand
mais
why
on ne
he
pouvait
was
pas
killed.
encore affirmer à ce
Or by
moment-là de
whom.
quoi il s'agissait exactement.
Immediately, suspicion falls on a gang that is targeting hitchhikers in the north of France.
Les renseignements fournis
We
nous ont
had
permis
information about a gang of
d'identifier et
thieves,
localiser
who
ces
they
personnes.
were,
Nous les avons-
where they
nous
lived.
avons entendus,
We
nous
requested
avons
a search
procédé à des
warrant,
perquisitions
then
à leur
raided their
domicile.
houses.
Mais les
But we
renseignements
learned
qui nous sont
quickly that they
fournis
had nothing to
nous
do
ont vite
with the
démontré
case.
que celle-ci n'avait rien à voir avec la disparition.
The gang members are thieves, but not killers. Their alibis are solid. The investigation moves on. The question is, why are there no signs of struggle? There is no damage to the internal organs, no other marks to the face, no wounds on the head. How could the victim have been killed without fighting back?
There is a small bruise, roughly 2 centimeters wide on the right arm.
Strange small wounds on each arm could explain why there were no other injuries on the body.
C'est à ce moment-là qu'on a
At this
constaté
point, we
que la
realized
victime
the victim
présentait
had
des
bruising on
hématomes
the
au
arms
niveau
and
des
wrists,
avant-bras, qu'elle avait
and this
des traces au
bruising would
niveau
be
des poignets,
consistent
ce
with
qui
being
laissait
tied
présumer
up.
qu'elle avait été entravée.
The marks lead to a second theory. This wasn't an accidental death during a robbery, but a premeditated crime. The victim was bound first, then strangled.
L'identification du corps
Identification of
est
the body
primordiale.
was of the utmost importance.
Pour travailler
Without
sur
a
une
name,
personne sans nom,
a
c'est
case such as
chercher
this is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Who was this man? Where was he going? Answers to these questions will help find the killer. Dental records are a vital tool in helping identify unknown victims. In this case, police find one tooth is missing. Another is split in two. None of it was caused during the murder. In the end, a small business card found near the body helps point police in the right direction. It leads them to Caroline O'Keefe in Ireland.
My daughter got a telephone call in her work in London to say that was our boss missing. It was our boss's business card had been found in France in a field. And the police was checking to see was our boss okay. And she said, yes, he is. He's at a meeting. And they told her a body had been found in France. And her boss's business card was on it. And she said, that's my brother.
The body is identified as Trevor O'Keefe, an Irishman who was touring the north of France. He was 3 months short of his 20th birthday.
And we got there 10:30 at night, pouring rain, winter time. And we went in and we asked the police to show us the body, and we identified who we were by passports and whatever. And they showed us Trevor's runners and his watch. And they showed us the photographs where they took Trevor out of the ground by stages. But it was Trevor.
O'Keefe was staying with his friends in the city of Poligny. On August 3rd, 5 days before his body was found, he told his friends he was going to hitchhike to Calais. The route he was going to take would have brought him right by St. Quentin. Booksin quickly develops a dark theory of what happened and calls in some help. Captain Joël Vaillant is the head of the Special Investigations Unit of the Gendarmerie. His mandate is to modernize the techniques of the gendarmes, the police who patrol the French countryside.
L'essentiel, c'est que nous étions à cette époque-là, en
1988, we're just at the beginning of DNA. The technology that they were beginning to use in the United States was not really being used yet in Europe.
N'était encore pas très implanté dans l'Europe.
Vaillant is investigating another gruesome crime, one startlingly similar to the O'Keefe case. 5 years earlier, the body of Olivier Donner was found. He was buried in a wooded area near Mailly-le-Camp. It's just 130 kilometers from where Trevor O'Keefe is found. Donner had been buried for more than a month when he was found. Decomposition had set in. The head was little more than teeth and bones.
On voyait bien que les conditions dans lesquelles
It was
Olivier
obvious
Donner
from
était
Donner's
découvert,
condition
sa
how
mort
he
ne
was
pouvait
found
être que
that
criminelle.
this could be
On
nothing
peut
but a
penser que
criminal attack.
les larves, les
Because his
insectes
head was
ayant attaqué
infested
la
with
partie
worms and
haute
insects,
du corps,
there had been a lot of blood
c'est
trapped
qu'il y a eu
there. So he
un
died by
afflux
either
de sang
smothering
sur
or
cette partie.
strangulation.
On pouvait
One or
penser
the
que la
other.
mort était due par étouffement,
So
strangulation.
now we have a connection with
Et à ce
O'Keefe.
moment-là, nous
It
faisons le
reinforces
lien
our belief
avec
that
Trevor
O'Keefe's
O'Keefe,
death
ce
was
qui
a
vient
criminal
conforter
case too.
l'hypothèse criminelle.
If there is a killer stalking northern France, Vaillant believes it's only a matter of time before he strikes again. September 1987. Weeks pass without another murder. But Captain Joël Vaillant fears it is only a matter of time until another body is found buried in the woods of France. Then a killer is caught in Martigny, Switzerland. Michel Pirie has kidnapped, raped, and murdered 4 young hitchhikers, including one in southern France.
So tell me a bit more about your story, please.
Yes. I was looking for attractive people.
He's Swiss, but it's just a few hundred kilometers from the Swiss border to where O'Keefe and Donner were killed. Vaillant rushes to Martigny to watch Pirie's interrogation. It's a chilling encounter.
I was ready every time I picked someone up. If I liked them, I took them to an isolated place and I killed them. How?
O'Keefe was buried in a shallow grave. So was Donner. But all of Pirie's victims were savagely beaten, then burned. Pirie's alibi for early August is also airtight. He's clearly not the killer that Vaillant's looking for.
Donc, ce qui est intéressant, c'est que
What's intriguing is when he's questioned, he's asked, "Why did you kill your victims?" And his answer
on
is,
s'aperçoit
"I
que
didn't have any
la
choice.
réponse,
I didn't want to get
je ne
caught."
voulais pas être arrêté, je n'avais pas d'autre choix. Et donc, on se retrouvait dans la construction intellectuelle que nous étions, nous, face à un pervers sexuel.
So
et
faced
que,
with his mindset,
à l'issue
we're
de ces
clearly
actes,
up against a serial
bien,
killer,
il n'avait
a
d'autre
sexual
choix que
pervert.
d'éliminer sa victime.
Based on
Donc,
Pirie's
nous avions
logic,
dans la même année
our killer has
une
no
disparition
choice.
militaire.
He has to kill.
Nous avions Trevor O'Keefe
In
qui
one
était
year, we have
assassiné,
2 murders,
et l'arrestation
Donner and
d'un
O'Keefe.
suspect
And after
qui
Pirie's
démontrait le
interrogation,
serial killer
I
qui
knew
agissait
I was
seul.
dealing with a
Donc, on pouvait
similar
penser
profile.
qu'il y avait une corrélation avec le meurtre.
Vaillant is more convinced than ever that the murders of Trevor O'Keefe and Olivier Donner are linked. And he thinks the trail of bodies is even longer.
C'est à ce moment-là que je vais apprendre
It's at
qu'il
this
y a eu
moment I
antérieurement
find out
d'autres
other young men
disparitions
have gone
de jeunes
missing.
gens, mais qui
Young men
étaient
who were in the
militaires
military,
et qui étaient
who were
considérés
considered
comme des
deserters.
deserteurs. Ce que nous allons faire,
I ask that we
nous
reopen
allons
all these
réouvrir,
cases,
je vais demander à
all
ce
of
que l'on
these men we
réouvre
call
l'ensemble
the
des dossiers
disappeared of Montmelon.
des disparus de Montmelon, car je n'ai jamais voulu utiliser cette terminologie de désertion,
I never
car elle a une
wanted to call
connotation
them deserters
administrative
because it
et
has an
pénale.
implication, a legal
Pour les
meaning
familles,
for the families.
La désertion,
Desertion
c'est
is a
un acte
voluntary
volontaire de
act
vouloir
of
quitter
leaving
l'armée.
the army.
Est-ce qu'ils
Did these
avaient
young men
manifesté
leave
cette volonté
voluntarily?
de
Are they
quitter l'armée,
deserters?
de
Or did they
déserter, on
disappear
appelle, ou
in
bien
much more
avaient-ils
sinister
disparu
circumstances?
dans des conditions qu'il convenait d'expliciter?
Patrice Dubois, Serge Havet, Manuel Carvalho, Pascal Sergent, Patrick Gash. All are young military cadets. All were hitchhiking. And since January of 1980, they've all disappeared. 4 of the 5 were stationed at the military base in Mourmelon. The 5th was at the nearby base in Marly-le-Camp. Except for Olivier Donner, none of those who have gone missing have been found. There are no bodies, no evidence of a crime. The cadets are all part of France's compulsory military service. At the time, every 18-year-old French man had to serve 12 months in the military. Most upper-class teenagers find a way out. But lower-class young men found themselves in bases like Mourmelon.
The army was pathetic from beginning to end. They didn't want to hear about disappearances. They called the men deserters. They never spoke with the families. The army dismissed them completely. The army treated the families badly. It treated the justice system badly. Because these men were poor and from every corner of France, they didn't have the resources to make themselves heard.
One other young man also disappears near Mourmelon, a young rocket enthusiast who was heading to the base for a demonstration. Patrice Denis disappeared in 1985. He wasn't in the military, and his family is not letting his disappearance be ignored.
We spent a week where he was last seen. With friends, we beat the bushes, searching the area. And people there asked me if I knew there had been other disappearances. The cadets were missing. So then we became very worried, very concerned. And my parents began to write letters to everyone, the Minister of the Interior, the Minister of Defense, because it was so near to the base at Mourmelon. And the battle began.
To the relief of the families, Vaillant pursues his theory that a serial killer is at work. He asks French psychiatrist Jean-Luc Pleuy to piece together a profile of who the killer might be.
The theory was that this man was a military man and still in the service, that he had lots of frustration either before or during his career, and he was taking out this frustration through these violent acts.
Jim Wright, who would eventually be drawn into the investigation, is a profiling expert who worked with the FBI.
Serial killers are driven by fantasy, and there's really no limit to what a person's fantasy can be. And if they fantasize about a certain type of person, that may be the type of person that they're going to target if they have access to them.
All of the victims disappeared on Thursday or Friday night, several on the same road. The families and the media begin calling this area the Triangle of Death.
Un tueur en série, j'allais dire, c'est un prédateur.
A serial killer is
Il
a
part à la
predator.
chasse.
He's going
Donc
hunting.
il a ses
He
armes,
has his
il a
weapons
ses
and
endroits.
his
Tous les chasseurs ont des
locations where he'll
endroits.
find
Ils
his
savent
prey.
très bien qu'à ce moment-là, ils vont trouver une proie.
Like Patrice Denis, Trevor O'Keefe was not in the military, but he has a similar build and is a similar age to all the cadets who disappeared. He also vanishes near one of the bases. Trevor O'Keefe is added to the list of victims.
So guys, we're going to concentrate our research around Mourmelon. It's right there, okay? What we know is that apparently the victims disappeared on the same road, which is that one
The
from the camp
gendarmes begin
going
looking
down
for
to the
suspects who
station,
fit the early
railroad station
profile they've
Salon.
assembled. With such a strong link to local military bases, Vaillant begins his search there. More than 2,000 people near the base at Mourmelon are questioned. Hitchhikers are sought out too. The profile suggests that the killer is sexually attracted to his victims, that he is choosing them based on their looks. But the only bodies that have been found, Donner and O'Keefe, show no signs of sexual assault.
What is sexually gratifying to a serial killer is not defined the way you and I as normal people would define sexual gratification and sexual pleasure. One strong driving force of a serial killer is a need to exercise control over people. And when you think about it, the ultimate control that you have over somebody is a control over whether they live or die.
Then, in December 1987, evidence points the investigation in quite a different direction.
Things began moving very quickly when they found Trevor O'Keefe's knapsack in the area around Lake Dur. It's not far from Mourmelon. And that knapsack is the link, a strong link between O'Keefe and the other young men who had disappeared. And when you look at the young Irishman's physique, you realize how much he resembles a military cadet.
Police show pictures of O'Keefe to people in towns nearby. Was O'Keefe driven through these towns on the last day of his life? Police investigate Jean-Pierre McNabb, a local man who had recently separated from his wife.
One of the theories we worked on was to confirm the story of a woman who told us her husband had left the marital home for Poligny. We knew that Trevor O'Keefe was in Poligny. With both of them there in early August, we had to check to see if the two had crossed paths.
Before he left his house, McNabb had threatened his wife. When the gendarme tracked him down, a cord was found in his car that he could not explain. Blood is also found on McNabb's shirt, blood that is the same type as that of Trevor O'Keefe. McNabb is not in the military, and there's no history of sexual violence. He certainly doesn't fit the profile the psychiatrists have put together. It leads to a new theory. Perhaps McNabb, angry and desperate over the failure of his relationship, snapped. Perhaps O'Keefe was the victim of a random act of fury and not part of a serial killer's deadly rampage. But the theory doesn't hold up for long. McNabb is eventually cleared. An innocent explanation is found for the blood on his shirt. The investigation stalls. Then, by the side of a highway, a young hitchhiker accepts a ride. It will be the most terrifying trip of his life. August 9th, 1988. It's been a year since the discovery of Trevor O'Keefe's body. There are no new leads. Just dread that the killer will strike again. But in the town of Mâcon, gendarme André Genet is about to make a discovery that will blow the case wide open.
Donc au cours de l'après-midi, j'étais avec un jeune gendarme.
That day I was with a young gendarme, just on a regular patrol.
En passant, j'ai repéré un
And at one point I saw a camper van, and I said to the young guy, let's see what's going on. At that time of day, in that stretch of road, a camper van just seemed strange.
L'après-midi, ça paraissait étrange.
Good evening, officers.
Good evening, sir. May I see your papers, please?
I'm in the family as well. I'm military too.
Your papers?
Yes. Yes, certainly, yes.
Your name?
Chanel, Pierre.
Date of birth?
18th November 1946, Saint-Louis.
Profession?
Agent chef in Fontainebleau.
Driver's license, please.
It's in the back. I have to get it. Okay, just a moment.
Quand j'ai vu qu'il y avait une personne allongée, j'ai plus pensé à des gens qui venaient de faire un casse ou quelque chose et qui étaient là, qui s'étaient mis à couvert.
What's wrong here? Who's that man? Get him out of the car.
It's just a hitchhiker I picked up. I mean, he was sleeping.
Get out of the car.
He was sleeping. It's okay.
Get out!
Okay, I'm coming.
Untie him right now.
The hitchhiker is Palas Falve, a young Hungarian who is touring northern France.
Listen, we're both military. I was just having sex with him. I mean...
And he's terrified.
Help me. He's trying to kill me. Help.
Chef! Chef!
I was in the van.
Pierre Chanel insists that this is nothing more than a lover's tryst.
No, he said it was okay. He agreed, really.
Chanel says he and Falvey are both gay and enjoy rough sex. The gendarmes have caught them at an awkward moment.
Help me.
Falvey chokes out a very different story. He says he was picked up by Chanel on the side of the road. Chanel overpowered him and tied him up. He says he is convinced that Chanel is going to kill him.
No, it's okay. It was, we were just playing.
The gendarmes aren't taking chances.
Everybody back to the station.
Quand je tenais sa carte militaire dans les mains,
So when I
c'est
had
là
a
que j'ai
look
vu
at
avant
his
qu'il était
ID,
sur
I
Montmelon.
realized that
Et les
he'd been
dates
in
coïncidaient
Montmelon.
donc avec la
And the
fameuse
dates
affaire de
were the
Montmelon.
same as when the young
En
men
plus de ce qui venait
disappeared.
de se passer,
And with what
avec
Falvey
le jeune
said, I
Falvey qui
decided
disait
to
qu'il
take
allait le
everyone
tuer,
back to the
on a
station.
ramené tout le monde à l'unité.
Chanel is a career member of the French military. He has seen combat in Lebanon and has received 4 medals for bravery and service. Fellow soldiers describe him as a warrior, an incredibly fit man of steel.
Il aurait dû être
He should have been an
officier,
officer.
parce que ces notations
All
de
of his
cette époque
evaluations would lead you to
laissent à
believe
penser
he should be an
qu'il deviendra
officer.
officier.
That was the career path
Sa
he was on.
hiérarchie souhaite qu'il devienne officier.
The gendarme who arrests Chanel immediately call Captain Joël Vaillant. The fact that Falvey was a hitchhiker and was bound is too similar to the O'Keefe case to be ignored. Vaillant sends his second-in-command, Jean-Marie Tarbes, to investigate.
La première
The
audition a
first
duré
interrogation lasted from
3
3
heures du
to 6 in
matin
the
à
morning.
6 heures.
Right off the
J'ai
bat, I
ressenti
felt
qu'il y
something.
avait,
I had a
quelque
gut
chose.
feeling. It was something
Bon,
small.
C'était quelque chose d'assez intime, mais suffisamment fort pour me décider effectivement à poursuivre.
Allez. I am Tarp from the Special Investigation Unit in Reims. I want to talk to you about the cadets in Montmelon.
I have nothing to do with that.
But you've heard about them, haven't you?
It has nothing to do with me.
I see. Let's talk about Montmelon.
Yes, I was an instructor there, so...
Je l'ai trouvé relativement sûr de lui et très rapidement sur la défensive en même temps. Ça part de pas grand-chose, ça part d'une réponse trop hâtive ou d'une hésitation. Tout ça fait qu'on se dit que la personne qui est en face de soi cache quelque chose.
The interview continues till dawn. Whenever the conversation turns to Trevor O'Keefe or the missing cadets, Chanel denies any involvement, but becomes defensive and angry. Tarbes is deeply suspicious.
J'ai immédiatement contacté le capitaine Vaillant, qui était resté à Reims. Je me souviens parfaitement avoir dit au capitaine, celui-là, je le sens bien. Ça voulait dire qu'il fallait effectivement continuer certaines investigations, faire un curriculum vitae, un environnement de personnel.
The first thing police do is to closely examine Chanel's camper van. For 2 days, forensic experts comb the vehicle for any clues that might tie Chanel to the death of Trevor O'Keefe or the missing military cadets. In 1988, forensic science is still gaining acceptance in France, but Loïc Leribaud is a believer. He runs the top private forensics lab in the country.
Bien sûr, je n'avais aucune idée de ce que je cherchais.
I didn't know what I was looking for. Going through a car is a lot of work. This camper van was even worse.
Surchargé d'objets. Donc la première approche,
and it was absolutely full of stuff. So the first thing we did was take everything out of it, the sheets and the blankets.
Et les draps. Ensuite, j'ai fait une exploration au laser.
Then I examined it with the laser to see if I could find blood or sperm.
De liquide, de sang, de sperme. Aspirer tout l'intérieur du minibus, puis à faire des prélèvements avec le tamponnoir. Et bien sûr, au fur et à mesure And of course, everything we took was put under seal. All the evidence was put in plastic bags, which we sealed with red wax, and had a tag describing the contents.
Une fiche indiquant le type d'objet qui était scellé.
There is other, more obvious evidence. Several vibrators are found, an artificial vagina. In all, 70 separate items are taken into evidence, including ropes, chains, straps, and 32 pairs of men's underwear.
Je me souviens qu'avoir trouvé un grand nombre de
I remember that we found a lot of underwear, and one pair in particular was English. It had a Marks & Spencer's label, and it was too small for Chanel.
Il se caractérisait par le fait qu'il était d'une taille inférieure au slip qu'utilisait Chanel.
The underwear leads to the latest theory, that Trevor O'Keefe was killed by Chanel. And the Irish teenager wasn't the only one. Chanel is forced to watch as the search of his van continues. A large foam mattress is removed from the back of the van. The mattress is filthy, covered with hair. The sheets are soiled with semen.
C'était en fait la
résidence
secondaire de Chanel. Son combi, en fait, c'était la pièce maîtresse à investiguer.
Chanel continues to declare his innocence. Somewhere in the items collected from his van is the forensic evidence that will help clear his name or seal his fate. It's been a year since the body of Trevor O'Keefe was found in a farmer's field in northern France. The hunt for his killer has led investigators to the cramped room of a military trainer. Gendarmes search Pierre Chanel's barracks for proof that might connect him to O'Keefe's murder and that of several other young men. The room is spare, unadorned. It lacks even the most basic personal touch.
C'était quelqu'un d'isolé, quelqu'un d'abandonné. C'est un militaire qui ne vit que pour l'armée. C'est un homme qui n'a aucune vie, aucune vie personnelle. On sent que c'est quelqu'un qui n'aime pas le contact avec la foule, qui n'aime pas la fête. C'est un solitaire, c'est indiscutable. Et qui, même dans ce contexte-là, reste un solitaire.
Chef, regardez.
Sophisticated video equipment is found.
Chef, look, caméra. Photo.
Along with some pornographic videos.
Chef?
En 1985, j'ai indiqué au capitaine Vaillant,
in the original profile which I assembled in 1985, I told Captain Vaillant that this killer would be gay and in the military, a career member who was looking for victims he could find easily.
Qu'il pouvait trouver très très facilement, j'allais dire, dans son régiment.
One of the home movies taken from Chanel's apartment shows soldiers on maneuvers. Chanel says he shot the footage in Verdun during the first week of August. It proves he could not have killed Trevor O'Keefe. But police discover that the soldiers in the video are from a battalion that didn't go to Verdun until the 10th of August. When confronted with the lie, Chanel changes his story and says he was at his base in Fontainebleau when O'Keefe was killed. An empty checkbook found in Chanel's apartment casts doubts on that story, too. March 17th, 1989. It's been half a year since the arrest of Pierre Chanel in the Palace Schwalbe case. Captain Joël Vaillant and Jean-Marie Tarbes have been carefully poring over the evidence that would tie him to the other cases.
Parallèlement aux investigations,
while the investigation was continuing, we began to prepare our interrogation of Chanal.
Préparer l'interrogatoire de Pierre Chanal.
Nous avons effectivement préparé 611
We prepared 611 questions for his interrogation. We divided them into subjects, but then we mixed them up. We wanted to see if he would be able to keep his story straight.
Pour voir jusqu'où Pierre Chanal allait rester stable dans ses réponses.
It was time to confront Chanal about the triangle of death.
There have been a number of disappearances in Mourmelon area between 1980 and 1987. August the 7th and the 20th, 1981. September the 30th, 1982.
It's impossible to say where I was on those dates.
August the 23rd, 1985.
It's impossible to say where I was on those dates.
April the 20th, 1987.
It's impossible to say where I was on those precise dates.
Listen, Chanal. Here's your signature on documents showing that you were on base on those days. This is your signature, right, Monsieur Chanal?
Yes.
Lorsqu'on posait des questions très précises,
when we asked him very specific questions, when we backed him into a corner, his facial tics acted up. He began to get very angry, threw himself down on the floor. Then he would shut down completely.
Blocage.
One shouldn't be really surprised when sitting down and talking to these people to see a mixture of emotions, because it may not relate so much to what's being said in the interview as it is to what's going on in their own minds. And those emotions are going to seep out.
Vaillant plays one of the homemade videotapes discovered during the raid of Chanal's apartment.
Et où je passe une cassette vidéo
I put this tape in, and on it, Chanal is exposing himself. Right away, the tics began, and the sniffing, and he has this extraordinary reaction.
You made this tape, didn't you? Huh? With bands of music playing in the background? Hey, it's quite something, no?
It's an order! You calm down and keep quiet, okay?
Nous allons utiliser la force pour le maîtriser, et à partir de ce moment-là, il va refuser
and after that, he refused to talk. I kept talking
Je vais
to him,
néanmoins
but it was a
continuer
monologue.
à discuter, à faire un monologue.
Monsieur Chanal, Agent Jeff, we are brothers in the military, right? So just call me.
Et je vais lui faire comprendre que
So I said that the person who did these things couldn't keep it to themselves
ne
forever.
peut pas garder de telles choses sur la conscience.
No one could keep such terrible secrets.
C'est que tôt ou tard,
And such a
il faut bien
person
libérer
would
sa
need help.
conscience.
This
que ce n'est
person
pas un
wasn't a
criminel, mais c'est
criminal,
plutôt un
they were
malade.
sick.
Let me help you.
I
Je le
felt he
sens
was
qu'il est
very
réceptif.
receptive.
Yes, Captain.
À 23h30, nous arrivons à la maison d'arrêt.
At 11:30 that night, we get back to the holding cell,
Les gardiens,
and he's confused, dazed.
complètement désemparé. Il est, je dirais même, déboussolé. Il revient vers nous,
He came back towards me.
ne sachant plus où il est,
He didn't know where he was.
déstabilisé. À ce moment-là, j'ai eu des
And
doutes.
at that moment, there was
J'aurais bien aimé poursuivre
something,
l'interrogatoire,
an understanding.
et nous ne pouvions pas
But according
légalement.
to French
Et
law,
je suis convaincu
I could not
que
question
le
him
fait de ne
further.
pas voir
If I could have,
toute la nuit
I am
avec lui,
sure I could have
on a
gotten him to
perdu,
talk.
j'allais dire, une possibilité de le faire parler.
October 23rd, 1990. Pierre Chanal has been in custody for a year and a half. Finally, he comes to trial for the kidnapping of the Hungarian hitchhiker Palas Valve. Armed with a damning videotape that Chanal took of himself with Falvey and the testimony of the young hitchhiker, Chanal is sentenced to 10 years in jail. Joël Vaillant has failed to get his confession, but he's confident he can build his case with Chanal behind bars.
Quand Pierre Chanal a été mis en examen,
when Chanal was tried for the crimes against Falvey,
on s'est dit, on a
un peu de temps. We had the time to dig into this, to really find the proof we needed.
Matériel, des preuves concrètes de sa participation ou non.
The concrete proof that he was also involved in the other crimes.
Qu'il était impliqué.
Quand il est inculpé pour l'affaire
When he was charged with Falvey, it was as clear as the nose on your face. He was guilty of everything. The families were impatient to have him charged with the disappearances of their children.
In fact, an already troubled story was just about to get much worse. June 19th, 1995. Pierre Chanal walks out of prison a free man. He has been a model prisoner. With time off for good behavior, he has served just 5 years of a 10-year sentence for kidnapping and assault. While Chanal is in prison, little progress is made on any of the evidence gathered from his van. Procedural delays and legal wrangling have stalled the investigation. The man some suspect of being a brutal serial killer responsible for the deaths of at least 8 young men faces no new charges.
Nous n'avions pas réuni tous les éléments, nous avions encore des expertises qui étaient en cours, et l'opinion commençait à se retourner également contre nous parce qu'on nous taxait de lenteur.
The families of the men who have disappeared throughout northern France are appalled.
C'est, pour mes parents en tout cas, le scandale, l'injustice totale.
We felt let down by the system again. Judge Charles Marion sat at a table very near to me and he promised me, he said he promised he would not release Chanel. He said Chanel will do 10 years in prison, but he didn't.
Chanal is out of jail, but watched carefully. Under intense pressure, Chanal maintains his innocence. He calls a local radio station to plead his case.
In spite of my innocence, I know that I'll be found guilty. And if that happens, I'll end my life.
Je pense qu'il a essayé d'inverser les rôles.
I think he tried to turn the tables, reverse the role. The families were the aggressors, and he held himself up as a victim. He wanted it to seem as if the entire system had turned against him.
With pressure from the families growing, a new judge is appointed to the Chanal case, Pascal Chapard. His main focus, the forensic evidence gathered from Chanal's van. For years, it has been stored in a dusty attic. The new judge demands that it all get sent to him.
Pascal Chapard, pour moi, hormis le fait que c'est quelqu'un que j'admire, c'est en fait l'homme qui a permis, en tout cas, de relancer le dossier.
We went to see Sheppard on his own, and he said, I will not leave this case until it moves. I promise you, he said, I won't leave.
In spite of his determination, progress is slow. The crimes occurred in several different jurisdictions. Jean-Marie Tarbes re-examines the evidence taken from Chanal's van. He finds several hundred pieces of hair and other evidence that have been collected but never analyzed. Jean-Paul Moissin is called in to examine the new evidence.
Les échantillons qui nous ont été envoyés correspondaient tous à des cheveux ou poils, à divers endroits dans le véhicule.
We examined 457 hairs.
Donc on a analysé 457 cheveux exactement. Nous avons trouvé pour
some of those belong to Chanal, and we found 3 kinds of mitochondrial DNA.
Et également, on a trouvé 3 motifs d'ADN mitochondrial qui correspondent à 3 des victimes.
It corresponded to 3 of the victims,
Patrice Denis et Balak Falvey. Donc la probabilité de trouver quelqu'un d'autre avec le même motif dans la population générale est de l'ordre de 0,06%.
The possibility of this match with somebody in the general population is 0.06%, which is rare but not out of the question.
Par contre, il faut
But remember, we
aussi
found
comprendre qu'on a
3
retrouvé
different sets of DNA from 3 different victims in a vehicle we suspected they had been picked up in.
Suspecté d'avoir transporté ces personnes.
What might be another key piece of forensic evidence has gone missing. Lot 19 has disappeared.
Le fameux scellé numéro
The famous lot
19
19 was the
était
one
le
which
scellé
contained a
de la
sample of
terre
earth which
trouvé
came from
sur
the shovel
la
we
pelle de
found in
Chanel.
Chanel's van.
J'avais conservé
And as the
les
case was so
prélèvements
important,
sur
I
les
kept
terres
my
et
own
les sables
sample, saying to
du
myself,
19 en me disant
this is
que
significant.
peut-être un jour on en aurait besoin.
Le Ribot's sample from the blade of the shovel is compared with the dirt found at the shallow grave of Trevor O'Keefe. Tiny crystals in the dirt are unique to the region and are identical in both samples.
I know that the shovel in Chanel's van was used to dig the grave. I'm not saying who was holding it. What I am saying is that this is the shovel that was used to bury Trevor O'Keefe.
Police Captain Joël Vaillant wants more. To build his case, Vaillant consults an American expert.
Je me suis rendu à Quantico, au FBI, où nous avons été reçus par James Wright pour nous donner les conclusions de ses travaux.
When they came over, I didn't speak French and they didn't speak English. We had a translator, but there was some times where we didn't need a translator because we really knew what we were saying because of that common language and the camaraderie and the brotherhood.
Il nous a dit qu'effectivement,
From
nous
the
étions
information we
face
gave
à un serial
him,
killer,
he confirmed that we
et
were
que
up
ce genre
against a serial
d'individu
killer.
ne pouvait
This type
cesser
of person will
l'activité
only
que de deux
stop
façons.
in two ways.
Soit ils étaient arrêtés,
They are arrested
soit ils se
or they will
suicidaient.
kill themselves.
The gendarmes feel that they're closing in. It will take several more years, but the case of Pierre Chanel does finally make it to court. October 14th, 2003. 16 years after the body of Trevor O'Keefe was found in a shallow grave, the trial of Pierre Chanel finally begins. But Chanel is not there to hear the charges against him. He is too weak to attend the trial. A suicide attempt has landed him in hospital. And for the last 3 months, he has refused to eat.
Le procès va avoir lieu.
The trial will take place, even though Chanel is sent to hospital in rounds,
Je le vois la
because he
veille
was
de
on
la
a hunger
première
strike.
audience.
I saw him the day
Grève de
before
la
the
faim
trial
très dur,
began.
il maigrit, plus que
He looked like a
squelette,
skeleton.
c'est quelqu'un
His
dans un
physical
état
state was
physique terrible.
precarious,
Et sur le
but
plan
his
moral, en
mental state
revanche, il
was
reste
fine.
toujours cette
He was
détermination.
determined.
Je
From the
veux
moment I
mourir,
became his
je vais
lawyer,
mourir.
he said
Dès que je suis
he had
devenu son
already
avocat,
been
il m'a
tried
toujours
and
dit, il a
convicted,
toujours affirmé
and he vowed
qu'il
he
n'irait pas au
would never
procès,
go to
que
trial.
si le procès doit avoir lieu, il était condamné d'avance et qu'il n'affronterait pas ce procès.
The case of Pierre Chanel is about to take its final shocking turn. Pierre Chanel is on trial for the murder of Trevor O'Keefe and the disappearance of 2 other young men. The case rests on 3 slender pieces of hair and a pile of dirt. It's not a lot, but it's the best shot at putting a suspected serial killer behind bars.
La première après-midi que le procès s'ouvre, Chanel refuse
The
d'être
first afternoon of the trial, Chanel refused to be there. His lawyer was there.
C'est
The
quelque chose de
trial goes
complètement
forward.
inespéré car
And
jusqu'au
for us,
dernier
it was
moment,
almost a
nous
miracle.
avions
We didn't think the
été
trial would take
persuadés
place.
que le procès n'aurait jamais lieu. Premier soir,
And the evening after the first day, we were
presque
euphoric. Finally, we would
on va
have
l'avoir
him
en
in
face de
front of
nous.
us. And we had
En
heard
plus,
that
nous
he
avons
had
appris en
started
fin
to eat
d'après-midi qu'il a
again.
recommencé à s'alimenter.
For us, a page
Ça y est,
had
pour nous,
turned. This was
la
a
page
new
est
chapter.
tournée, nous rentrons dans le vif du sujet.
The euphoria is short-lived. The very night his trial begins, Chanel makes good on his defiant threat. He hides the blade from a disposable razor in the tape of his IV tube. He uses it to slice into his right thigh. He severs his femoral artery. silently, alone in his hospital bed, Pierre Chanel bleeds to death.
Frisson.
I shivered.
Je lui dis, mais il est
I said,
vraiment mort.
"You mean he's really
Et là,
dead?"
tout d'un coup, je suis comme
And
si
then I
j'avais perdu
realized that everything was
quelqu'un qui
gone.
m'était proche.
Everything
C'est-à-dire que,
had melted away.
ça y est, tout s'est
We had done all of
Nous
this
avons fait
for
tout ça
nothing.
pour rien.
Chanel had won.
Il a gagné.
For we felt cheated of justice. We were robbed of justice. Chanel should be in prison. He shouldn't be dead.
Toutes les familles cherchaient à savoir
All
ce
the
qui était devenu
families
leurs
wanted to
enfants.
know what
Ça,
had happened to their
la première
children.
réaction, c'est de se dire
So
qu'on
our
ne le
first
saura jamais.
reaction was,
La
we'll never
deuxième
know.
réaction, c'est
And then
davantage de la
we were
colère.
angry.
C'était, je dirais, une fin tragique.
It was a tragic
pour lui,
end for him,
mais
but it was
également
even more so for the
beaucoup
families.
de chagrin pour les familles.
The death of Pierre Chanel ends the string of disappearances that had haunted northern France. The publicity of the trial also forces military officials to take one last look at their records. In 2004, the names of two other recruits who have disappeared turn up. Both Michel Giannini and Aldo Tacchini vanished in the late 1970s. Both of them were based in Valdor, another camp where Chanel was an instructor. The man who stared Chanel in the face believes there are even more bodies.
J'ai toujours en l'esprit,
in the back of my mind,
peut y
I know
avoir
there are more
d'autres
victims,
disparitions
other hitchhikers who have
qui n'ont
disappeared,
pas été élucidées
we may
et qui
never
peuvent
know.
avoir une corrélation avec les autres disparitions.
The families who fought for so long to get their story heard do finally win an important victory. Until 2002, the French military still considered the men deserters. But in 2005, it relents. And in court, the families win a landmark settlement.
Le tribunal de grande instance de Paris a rendu un jugement extrêmement courageux qui véritablement, pour nous les avocats, a réhabilité la justice. Le tribunal a reconnu l'ensemble des fautes graves qui ont été commises par la justice d'un bout à l'autre de la France. Le tribunal a accueilli et reconnu toutes les personnes que nous représentions comme étant des victimes, non seulement de Pierre Chanel, entre parenthèses, qui n'était pas dit, mais de la justice.
The families of the missing men receive money and recognition, but after so many years, bitterness remains.
Bon, alors c'est une satisfaction parce que c'est la première fois en gros qu'on reconnaît que les victimes ont été maltraitées. Mais c'est aussi on a le doute que cette décision ne serve qu'à définitivement enterrer l'affaire.
The crimes of Pierre Chanel die with him. The truth is buried forever. The families, already missing sons and brothers, will never have the answers they need. The Routiers had it all. A big Texas house, and even bigger dreams. Then someone took it all away. In a savage instant, two young boys are murdered.
As we walked into the den, you could see the blood stains on the carpet.
Their mother's throats slashed.
Whoever killed these boys meant to kill Darley.
Who did this?
The hunt for a killer is on. Drops of blood, tiny fibers left behind, mark the killer's trail.
We performed over 100 DNA analysis in this case.
As evidence is found, different theories emerge. Tangled plots are uncovered that tell a tale of greed and betrayal.
Beneath the surface, you had real problems.
I did not murder my kids.
He is a sociopathic and pathological liar.
Will forensic science catch a killer or frame an innocent victim? June 6, 1996. A quiet night in Rowlett, Texas is torn by sirens.
Oh my God!
Unit's going towards 601 Eagle Drive. The sheriff will put him on the phone. Ma'am, I need you to talk to me. Ma'am, I can't understand you. You're going to have to slow down, calm down, and talk to me. What is going on?
A 911 call brings police to a big house on Eagle Drive.
Stop right there!
Stop my children, my wife.
Don't take another step. Stop right there!
Somebody stop my children!
All right. Show me.
They're gonna get here soon. My boys are dying. Oh my God.
Who did this? Where are they?
They're still out in the garage. I've been come. Look at what they did to me. If they don't get here soon, they're gonna be dead. My boys are dying.
Devin Routier is 6 years old. His brother Damon, just 5. They've both been savagely stabbed in their sleep. Darlie Routier, their mother, is bleeding from a jagged wound on her neck. Detective Jim Patterson headed the investigation.
I received a call from dispatch telling me that there had been a couple of boys stabbed along with their mother. They also explained to me that they had one on the ground. Well, when you tell an officer that you have one on the ground, that to us is they're chasing somebody on foot.
Lieutenant Dave Neighbors was in charge of the crime scene.
You know, you can't help but think about walking into that scene for the first time and seeing Devin laying there on the floor, looking up at the ceiling. You know, that's something that you'll never forget.
Devin is already dead, stabbed twice in the chest, puncturing his heart. His brother Damon, stabbed 6 times through his back, his lung and liver pierced, is still breathing when paramedics arrive. He's rushed to hospital, but is dead on arrival. Initially, Darlie's story is very straightforward. She tells police that it was a hot night and that she and her 2 sons were sleeping in the living room to try and escape the heat. Her husband Darren and 8-month-old son were upstairs. Darlie tells officers at the scene that, startled from her sleep, she struggled with an intruder, then chased him through the house. A glass shatters to the floor. He drops a bloody knife on the way. And then the man disappears into the garage. Darlie's throat has been cut. Her boys have been stabbed. She yells for her husband. Then calls 911. By the time Darren Routier gets to the living room, it's too late.
Hang on.
Bleeding from a savage neck wound, Darlie Routier is rushed to the closest major hospital, the Baylor University Medical Center in nearby Dallas.
And at 3 o'clock in the morning, I got a phone call, and it was the nurse across the street. And she blurted out that Devin and Damon were dead and that Darlie was dying.
With Darlie fighting for her life, investigators start combing the house for clues. The best chance they have to catch the killer is to move fast. Greg Davis was the assistant district attorney for the Rowlett area.
From the very first moment that we walked in the home, it was obvious that the blood evidence would be key in this case.
The carpet is soaked in blood. There are signs of a violent struggle. The trail continues in the kitchen. The murder weapon left behind. A boot print has been preserved in blood. A torn screen is discovered in the garage. A blood-stained sock is found in the alley behind the house. And there are reports that a dark-colored sedan was cruising the area just before the attack. It all paints a picture of a killer on the run. While Darley is in surgery, police begin their search for a brutal killer. Routine police investigation finds that Darley and Darren Routier were high school sweethearts.
I'll get a better sleep down here.
You don't want to sleep with me?
No, you go on upstairs. Got an early day.
In 1996, Darren was running a successful business in computer parts.
I love you, sweetie.
Darley did the books. They had 3 children, a big Texas house, and by all accounts, a close relationship.
Oh, you remember to lock the door?
Already checked. Good night.
But on that hot June night in 1996, things would change forever. By 6 a.m., her house is a crime scene. Her 2 oldest sons are dead, and she is badly wounded. Dr. Vincent DeMaio is the chief medical examiner for Bexar County, Texas.
What she had was an incised wound, a cut or a slashing wound of the right side of the neck that went downward towards the left side. And then there was another cut on the front of her left shoulder, which could very well have been a continuation of this. And she also had a very deep stab wound of her right forearm where the blade actually went down to the bone.
When a doctor came in a couple hours later, I remember him holding my hand and telling me that the throat wound came within 1 millimeter of her carotid artery. That's like the thickness of a cigarette paper. And if that would have penetrated that, Darley would be dead.
In the days to come, enormous bruises, stretching from her wrist to her shoulders, would emerge on Darley's arms. They're the injuries of a woman who was fighting for her life. Detective Jim Patterson is the lead investigator on the case. Hours after the attack, he talks to Darley as she recovers in hospital.
I met with Darley about 4 hours after the incident at the house. I met with her at the hospital.
Darley, can you tell me what happened up at the house? Just start at the beginning.
She was alert. She was conscious. She knew exactly what she was saying.
I woke up and I saw someone standing over me with a knife in his hands. We struggled. Then he just walked off through the kitchen into the utility room. I saw him drop the knife and I picked it up. I probably shouldn't have done that. And I put the knife on the kitchen counter. And then I saw David standing in the hallway. And David was just lying there. called 911.
It's a slightly different story than she first gave police. And Darley can only provide sketchy details of her attacker. He wore black clothes, had bushy hair, and a baseball cap. It's all police have to go on.
Quite a mess here. Yeah. It's vacuum cleaners and everything. Was it in that position? Yeah, in that position.
Armed with Darley's statement, police search for evidence that corroborates Darley's story of an intruder.
What about this? Now, this knife, that's exactly where I found it when I came in.
Rowlett police call in James Cron, a former member of the Dallas County Sheriff's Department. Cron is now a crime scene consultant who has investigated more than 20,000 crime scenes.
First thing we did in standard step is to do a walkthrough, and that is a very careful walk where you do nothing, touch nothing, but except observe the scene.
They begin their investigation in the blood-soaked family room. What they find is a puzzling collection of clues. If Darley was attacked while she slept on the couch, why is there hardly any blood on the pillow? The couch below isn't ripped or torn. In the kitchen, shards of broken glass litter the floor.
She heard a glass break as the intruder ran through the kitchen. She then followed after the intruder. And yet, when we got there and we looked at it, her bloody footprints are underneath the glass that was supposedly broken before she ever ran through the kitchen. Now, that didn't make any sense.
Even more perplexing, only one bloody boot print is found. But the blood trail ends there. There's no blood at all in the garage. A small collection of Darley's jewelry sits on a counter in the kitchen. If this was a robbery, why wasn't it taken? The clues are even more confusing outside the house, beginning with a bloody sock that is discovered in the alley.
We determined that sock actually came from inside the Routier home. We were able to match some of the fibers on that sock to tennis shoes belonging to Darren.
The blood on Darren Routier's sock is eventually matched to that of the two murdered boys. But how did it get there?
Did you notice any bloody footprint? Nothing. It was completely unmarked.
And his gate was closed?
That's right. But the hinges are out. It's held together by a wire here.
Cron finds no sign of a frantic getaway. If the intruder left through the garage and the bloody sock is in the alley, Cron should be able to find evidence that the intruder came through here, but he can't.
Began in about 30 minutes, and the Raleigh police did too, that we felt like there was no intruder.
So we had to focus on who was in the house, okay? Well, it's obvious that the infant didn't kill his brothers and stab his mother, so then you have to look at the husband.
Darren, I know it's been a horrible night.
Yeah. You know, I really love Darla. She is so beautiful, don't you think?
Darren comes up to me, and this is the first thing he says. He talks about how big his wife's breasts are. He talks about how pretty his wife is. He talks about that this is the biggest thing that's ever happened in the city of Rowlett. He doesn't ask me about his children. So I just found his actions to be a little strange.
So beautiful, you know.
It leads Patterson to another horrifying theory. Perhaps Darren Routier himself had murdered his own children. Within days of the murder of their two children, both Darren and Darley Routier are brought to the Rowlett police station. It takes them more than an hour to fill out voluntary statements about what happened the night of the murders. Darren repeats the version of events he told police at the scene, that he was asleep when he heard Darlie screaming for help. He rushed downstairs, but was too late to save his children. Darlie's story, though, starts to change.
The next thing, I wake up and I feel pressure on me. I felt Damon press on my right shoulder and I heard him cry. This made me really come awake and realize that
there was a man standing down at my feet, walking away from me. Walked after him. Heard glass breaking. Ran, turned on the light. I ran back towards the utility room, realized that there was a big white-handled knife laying on the floor. It was then I realized I had blood all over me, and I grabbed the knife, thinking he was in the...
I ran back through the kitchen and realized that the entire living room had blood all over it, everything. I put the knife back on the counter and I ran to the entrance, turned on the light, and I started screaming for Darren.
It's the most detailed description yet of what happened, and it's not the same story she told Patterson at the hospital.
We understand that people are going to change some of their stories. You know, it might have been a black car instead of a blue car, that kind of stuff, but you don't change the whole dynamics of it, and that's what she did.
In Darlie's new version, there is no struggle with the intruder. Darlie's youngest boy was awake and standing by her shoulder. There are important differences which make investigators take a very close look at the crime scene. Evidence from the Routier house is starting to pour in.
There, see, that's like underneath there.
We held the scene for 13 days. We actively processed it for 11 days. So we were very thorough. If there was a book, we flipped through every page. If there was a picture, it came off the wall.
They analyzed everything they could possibly analyze. They fingerprinted the entire house. They took the carpet. They took the kitchen sink. We performed over 100 DNA analysis in this case.
If there was a struggle between Darlie and her intruder, as she first told officers, there should be long, thin lines of blood along the ground and the walls. These splatters would have been thrown off as a bleeding Darlie fought with the intruder. But investigators can't find any such blood splatters. If Darlie had chased her attacker through the house when she was wounded, she would have left long, thin streaks of blood behind. Blood falling from a moving object, such as someone running, leaves an elongated mark, not a round bloodstain. Investigators can't find any of these marks either. In the utility room, where Darlie says the killer threw the knife down, there is blood, but that too doesn't look like it should.
What we did after the knife had been processed for latent prints and DNA evidence is we got the original knife, brought it back to the house, and got 2 units of blood. We put blood on the knife, we used the same floor, and we dropped the knife from different heights to see what type of blood patterns that would leave on it.
And we found that we saw a very distinct V-shaped pattern each and every time that we dropped the knife in the utility room, and there was no pattern like that when we first got there. And again, that was very disheartening. It was discouraging because, again, it pointed toward Miss Routier.
Investigators also recreate her movements throughout the house.
She indicated to us that she ran through the crime scene, and so we laid out some butcher paper and inked up her feet and had her walk. Then we also re-inked her and had her run, 20 feet on the butcher paper to see what her stride was and measured that. And we were able to look at those footprints in the kitchen, and it was telling us that she walked through the kitchen. She wasn't running through the kitchen.
Investigators are also interested that Darlie's feet have no scratches or cuts. If the intruder had knocked the wine glass on the floor, why hadn't Darlie stepped on any of the broken glass? An innocent explanation is also found for the only other footprint in the house.
The only bloody shoe print in the kitchen leading to the utility room belonged to one of the first responders.
What we do is that we make sure that we have prints of everyone's shoes to match up to the prints or the physical evidence on the floor or any place else that we can.
Most damning of all is the evidence of blood found on the countertop and the sink. Even when blood is cleaned up, an invisible residue often remains behind. But when treated with a chemical called luminol, the blood trails begin to glow under ultraviolet light.
So we blacked out the house, covered the windows, and sprayed the sink area and took a photograph of that. That reacted positive for blood and indicated to us that there had been a cleanup there by the sink.
Self-inflicted, yes.
Patterson is growing more and more convinced that after stabbing her own children, Darlie Routier stabbed herself to make it look like she was attacked. Patterson gets a second opinion of Darlie's injuries from one of the doctors who worked at the hospital.
So what do you think?
Yes, she could have done it herself.
So you're saying that Darlie stabbed herself?
I'm saying that these wounds could have been self-inflicted, yes.
One last tiny piece of evidence helps the Rowlett police make up their mind. What becomes known as knife number 4 is found in the Routier kitchen. It has a tiny fiber clinging to it, a fiber which matches the screen that was cut in the garage. The only way it could get there was if someone inside the house took it, cut the screen, then put it back in the block. Based on the evidence, the police can come to only one conclusion. Darlie Routier murdered her own children. It's a chilling thought, but the big question now is, why? Sunday, June 9th, 1996. 3 days after their murder, a funeral is held for Devin and Damon Routier. More than 400 people turn out. But the suspicions of the police are growing. They can't find any traces of an intruder in or around the house.
I instinctively wanted someone else to be there. I wanted an intruder to have broken into that house because the last thing that I wanted to believe was that a mother would actually kill her 2 children.
But the evidence was piling up. The question now was why? What could have driven Darlie Routier to commit such a shocking crime? As police learn more, they discover that the Routiers were having problems.
The Routiers wanted to paint themselves as the typical all-American family, and yet, but beneath the surface, you saw difficulties. So you had a very thin veneer of normalcy out there, but beneath the surface, you had real problems.
The evening of the murders, the talk wasn't just sweet goodnights.
You gonna be comfortable down here?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Darren, we have to talk.
About what?
What's about everything? When are you gonna get your car fixed so that I can have mine? I mean, we can't go anywhere. I just feel like I'm trapped in this house.
Keep your voice down. I don't want to wake the boys. It's gonna cost us $800 to get that car fixed, and I'm gonna sell the boat because it's not working out the way I thought it would.
I'll just get my car. Did you remember to lock the door?
Already, sure. Good night.
The couple was financially strapped and they owed more than $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS. During her pregnancy with her 3rd child, Darlie had been depressed, staying in her room for days, even weeks at a time. A diary found in their house confirms that Darlie had struggled with depression after the baby was born. A month before the murders, Darlie had written,
Devin, Damon, Drake, I hope one day you will forgive me for what I'm about to do. I just can't find the strength to keep fighting anymore.
Is this a damaging portrait of a suicidal woman under severe stress, or a mother about to commit murder? And then comes one of the strangest moments of all. June 14th, 8 days after the murders, Devin Routier would have turned 7. The family decides to hold a long-planned birthday party for the young boy at his grave. For 2 hours, it's a somber service. But the most telling moment comes near the end. Prompted by her sister, Darlie sprays a can of silly string over the grave of her 2 boys.
Happy birthday, dear Devin. Happy birthday to you.
I think we saw the real Darlie Routier at that gravesite party. You know, and I kept thinking as I saw that, I'm a parent. If my child had died a week earlier, would I be in any condition to even talk about it? And yet, here's a mother sitting out there singing, spraying silly string, giving interviews without any sort of emotion. It was bizarre, it was despicable. It really made my stomach turn as I watched her there at that gravesite.
Darlie's mother has a very different view of the incident.
That just is a pure example of how you are when you're in grief, because you're crazy when you're in that kind of trauma. You don't believe they're dead one minute, and the next minute, you know, you might be laughing, and the next you might be, you know, just crying your eyes out. But this is just something simple. But it made Darlie look bad by the way they slowed down her chewing the gum and smiling and spraying silly string as if she didn't care, where the whole purpose of that was, it was to do it in their honor, and it was something that they would have loved.
After the graveside ceremony, Patterson decides to question Darlie again. He brings her to the Rowlett police station one last time.
Good, nice to meet you, sir.
Bill Parker has been doing interrogations for 20 years.
How are you, Darlie?
Patterson hopes he'll finally be able to get Darlie to confess.
I have a copy of your voluntary statement here. Is there anything you'd like to add?
No, that is exactly what happened.
Darlie, I have a couple of questions about this statement. You were saying
For 3 hours, Parker grills Darlie about the facts of the case.
Before, to be honest with you, I think this is a whole...
6 times he accuses her directly of killing her children.
I think you killed Damon and Devin.
5 times she responds,
Well, if I did it, I don't remember.
but there's no confession.
In all my years, I have never heard anything that unusual. Here's a woman, a stranger, accusing you of killing your children, and your response is, if I did it, I don't remember?
Even without a confession, Patterson is convinced his case is solid. He arrests Darlie Routier for the murder of her 2 sons.
You're under arrest for the murder of your 2 boys.
Yeah, I think when we look at her mugshot, we see that pained expression. I don't think it's any pain for those 2 children. I think it's the pain of, you know what, they're actually going to charge me with this offense, and I'm not going to get away with it.
At approximately 10:20 p.m. this evening, investigators from the Rowlett Police Department arrested Darlie Routier, white female, age 26. I cannot comment on the details of this investigation other than to say we believe that the white male suspect described by Darlie Routier as the man that attacked her and murdered her children never existed.
Darlie's family is bewildered.
I saw her arrested on TV at 10 o'clock news. You know, after she went up there for, I don't know how many visits with the police, her and Darren went up and, you know, they gave them everything. I mean, anything they asked for.
The journey from innocent victim to accused murderer takes just 12 days. Darlie Routier is now Texas prisoner 010470. January 6, 1997, 7 months after the death of Devin and Damon Routier, their mother Darlie goes on trial for their murder. Greg Davis is the lead prosecutor for the state of Texas.
In Texas, if you kill a child younger than 6 years of age, you've committed a capital murder. That's what we alleged in this case. That's why Darlie was charged with capital murder.
For that reason, Darlie is only on trial for the murder of Damon Routier, who was 5 when he was killed. If convicted, the state wants Darlie put to death. Her family is outraged and confused.
What did you say for them to think that you had anything to do with this? She goes, I don't know, Mom.
The Darlie Routier case was a very challenging case. Depended on a number of pieces of evidence.
And it was challenging from the standpoint that we're going to try to convince a jury that a mother would actually kill her 2 children in cold blood.
The case turns on the forensic evidence gathered at the crime scene. The lack of an impact bloodstain in the utility room where the knife was dropped. The lack of evidence of any intruder outside the house. Another damaging forensic test is entered into evidence. Blood from one of the boys is found on the back of Darley's nightshirt. A Texas expert on bloodstains recreates the movements Darley would have made if she had stabbed her children. Blood from the knife falls on the shirt as the knife is raised for each blow. The trail of blood he recreates matches the trail on Darley's shirt.
That evidence on her nightshirt was very convincing. It was very conclusive. There was no other reasonable explanation as to how the blood of Damon and Devin could possibly be upon her nightshirt.
Finally, the jury is shown footage of the graveside party for Devin. While the ceremony was 2 hours long, the jury is only shown the infamous silly string section.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Devin. Happy birthday to you. I love you, Devin and Damon.
Davis tells the jury that Darley staged the entire scene. While her children sleep, Darley takes a knife from the kitchen and slices the screen open. She then takes another knife from the kitchen and kills her 2 sons. She takes one of her husband's socks and makes sure it has blood on it. The sock is then dropped in the alley. She cuts her own neck and in a frenzy beats her arms and wrists. She makes it look like a killer has fled. Then calls for help. Darley's defense focuses on the wound to Darley's neck. Vincent DeMaio, a seasoned medical examiner, takes the stand.
One of the things I asked was, is she right-handed or left-handed? And she's right-handed. If she inflicted this wound, she would have had to have used the left hand. And then she would have had to have stabbed herself deeply in the right forearm. When you consider the injuries by themselves, the injuries have more of the appearance of somebody who has been attacked than someone who has self-inflicted the wounds.
As for the blood on Darley's nightshirt, the defense has another theory.
It could be cast off from gloves that the EMS had, or it could be from the knife that she was attacked with. Because if that knife was used to kill the children, their blood would be on it.
Like others, DeMaio believes that Darley was awake when she was attacked. But the violence of the attack and the shock of seeing her boys dead has scarred her memory. And a very different picture is painted of Darley as a mother.
Come on, give me some popcorn for your brother. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Do you want to drink dinner?
She loved those boys. And you know, the prosecutor, Mr. Davis, said that Darley just got tired and they interfered with her lifestyle, so she killed them. Why would she kill the 2 older boys and not the baby, who would be the most burdensome? I absolutely know that Darley's innocent.
In just 5 weeks, the trial is over. The fate of Darley Routier is in the hands of the jurors. It takes them less than a day to decide Darley's fate.
I'll never forget the jury wanting the pictures of those 2 children placed out there as they came back to return their verdict. And they wanted those 2 pictures there so that Darley Routier would have to see those 2 pictures, because throughout this trial, Darley attempted to make herself the victim. And I always felt it was important to remind that jury and to remind the public that there were 2 real victims here, 2 young boys. And I was really heartened by the fact that jury got it. I mean, they understood who the victims were, and they wanted Darley Routier to remember that and to recognize that too. And that was really a defining moment for me.
When the jury was deliberating, I really thought that she would be found either innocent or a hung jury. And when they came in and said that they found her guilty, I absolutely just went crazy. That was the worst part.
Darlie Routier is found guilty of murdering her youngest son, Damon. She is sentenced to die by lethal injection. But almost as soon as the verdict is handed down, serious questions begin to surface about the trial and the science behind her conviction. In 1997, the state of Texas put 37 people to death. After her conviction in January, Darlie Routier took her place on the state's death row. In Texas, every case that ends in a death penalty is automatically appealed. Stephen Cooper becomes Darlie's lawyer.
The police did little to no investigation of any intruder. Their sworn testimony was that within minutes, virtually, of arriving on the scene, that despite all of Darlie's massive injuries, they concluded she was the perpetrator.
Cooper hires a private investigator to re-examine the evidence. He pores over everything: police reports, eyewitness accounts, expert testimony. The PI quickly uncovers suspicions pointing towards the man police suspected at the beginning, Darren Routier, Darlie's husband.
We do have evidence now that Darren Routier was actively seeking someone to come into the home to do a inside job burglary for insurance purposes.
In a sworn affidavit to Cooper, Darren admits to looking for someone to break into his house.
And so at 3 o'clock in the morning or 2:30, they sneak into this nice-looking house thinking they're gonna, make a successful burglary. And they creep in, and there in the living room, they stumble across human beings who are not upstairs in bed where they should be at 2:30 in the morning.
A get-rich-quick scheme ends in murder. Members of Darren Routier's family asked Texas millionaire Brian Pardo to get involved. A self-proclaimed advocate for the wrongly convicted, Pardo launches an independent investigation that costs as much as $120,000.
I agree that nobody came into the house. I agree that there was an appearance to make it look like somebody came into the house through the screen and used the bread knife for that purpose. So the police were right in taking a hard look at the family. We agreed with that. We just didn't feel they took a very hard look at Darren.
As part of Pardo's investigation, Darren Routier agrees to take a lie detector test about the night of the murders. The results are a bombshell.
Are you Darren Routier?
Yes.
Were you involved in a plot to commit a crime in your home on June 6, 1996?
No.
Did you yourself stab Darlene Routier on June 6, 1996?
No.
Do you know exactly who left the sock in the alley?
No.
Can you name the person who stabbed your sons?
No.
It's a short test, just 4 questions. But the examiner says the results show that Darren was lying when he answered each one of the questions.
Darren failed the test 3 times. And he failed it so utterly that the examiner, who was connected with the Waco PD, actually went around, sat in front of him, and tried to extract a confession from him.
You know, I really would have liked to see you pass. But I don't believe it for a minute.
I came here to pass.
No. You came here because you lied to people all your life and gotten away with it.
I did not lie.
And in the short run, you've got to live with the knowledge you've gotten away with murder. But in the long run, it'll catch up with you.
I did not murder my kids.
Darren maintains his innocence in the crime, but Pardo is deeply suspicious.
Darren, our assessment of him was that he is a sociopathic and pathological liar.
Darren Routier calls the lie detector test a setup, and lie detector results are not admissible in court. But in an affidavit, Darren admits for the very first time that on the night of the murders, Darlie had asked for a separation.
2 times prior to this, Darren became violent when she said that she was considering leaving him. The first time he pointed a loaded pistol at his head, according to Darlie, and got her hysterical and threatened to kill himself.
Do what? What don't you want me to do? Don't pursue?
The second time, she said, he pointed a gun at her and threatened to kill her.
You gonna leave me, darling? Is that what you're gonna do? Is that what you're gonna do?
The new evidence creates yet another theory about what happened in the Routiers' home the night that Devon and Damon were killed.
You sure you're gonna be comfortable down here?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Darren, we need to talk.
About what?
I want a separation.
Let's talk about this in the morning. I'm too tired for this.
I'm serious.
I know.
Brian Pardo is convinced that it wasn't an intruder at all who killed the 2 Routier children, and it wasn't their mother either.
Did you remember to lock the door?
Already checked. Good night.
Each of the children had just $5,000 in life insurance. Darlie's life was insured for $200,000. For Pardo, that is the motive for the attack.
It was Darren that was applying the stress. It was Darren who had the financial problems. And Darren was the one who needed the money. And so Darren had a huge motive for doing this. Not the least of which was he was not going to let his wife leave him.
Pardo believes that, with the help of an accomplice, Darren attacked Darlie first. The bruises on Darlie's arms were caused by the struggle.
Of course, there was a lot of screaming going on, a lot of noise. The boys woke up. The boys saw the attack. I think that instinctively the attackers realized that the boys had to be killed as well. Darlie, I think, was pounded into submission, was unconscious. I think the attackers thought that she was dead.
Pardo is convinced that a closer study will prove that Darlie Routier is innocent of the murder of her 2 boys. June 2005. Darlie Routier's lawyer, Stephen Cooper, still believes forensics will clear his client. One of the best chances she has for the appeal is a tiny, smudged fingerprint. Cooper has a possible motive pointing to someone else committing the murders of Devon and Damon Routier. What he doesn't have is any proof that someone else was in the house. That's about to change. When investigators examined the Routiers' house, all fingerprints they found were conclusively identified. However, one print found on the glass tabletop was considered too incomplete to match to anyone.
There was a smudged print that was located on this glass tabletop. There was not anything that we could find that made us believe that that one smudged print belonged to someone different. You know, it could still belong to Darlie. It could still belong to Darren. I believe that it's small enough it could, even belong to one of the children. But that's something the defense is looking at because we don't have an answer for it.
While it couldn't be used for identification, during Darlie's trial, experts for the state testified that it was consistent with that made by a 5 or 6-year-old child. Even though Patterson thinks the print isn't clear enough to be useful, Stephen Cooper finds an expert who disagrees.
Robert Lonis is a retired New York City Police Department identification expert. He's identified 7 or 8 points for comparison purposes, which is enough, in his opinion, to be run through the APHIS Federal National Fingerprint Database. And the state won't allow us access.
Cooper wants to rule out the possibility that one of the 2 murdered boys could have left the print. There is only one problem.
Unbelievably, and again against standard protocol, neither one of the boys were fingerprinted at the medical examiner's office. That again is just unheard of.
To rule out that the fingerprint was made by either boy, Cooper takes an extreme step. The bodies of both Devon and Damon are exhumed. It's a dramatic move that is ultimately a dead end.
Unfortunately, they were buried in the same casket with their hands clasped together. And again, although they were not supposed to, the caskets had leaked, and the moisture had, and the contact between the fingers had destroyed some of the skin, and we weren't able to recover all the fingerprints.
While the fingerprints are gone, Cooper wants to re-examine the small fiber that was found on the knife in the kitchen. He has serious doubts that it was actually used to cut the screen in the garage.
This is a segment of fiber that is 1/10 the width of a Caucasian human hair. It is microscopic, to say the least. They did not do any scientific testing analysis of its chemical makeup, which was possible.
There are other pieces of evidence Cooper would love to retest, including the actual fingerprint on the glass table, which may contain skin cells. But he has yet to get the courts to give him access. A new witness has come forward. She claims to have seen 2 men near the Routier house about 2 a.m. the night of the murders. One who matched the description Darley gave to the police. Cooper also believes the crime scene was badly contaminated by the police.
The vacuum cleaner was not knocked over by Darley as part of staging the crime scene. It was moved by the police. And in a new trial, I have an expert who'll testify about that.
You get an overzealous prosecutor, you get a bunch of rookie police officers that had no idea how to even take fingerprints. You get people that are in shock, running in and out through glass and blood and, touching things and moving things.
But to date, all of Darley's appeals have been turned down. The court has not granted her request to retest the forensic evidence, and no new trial has been announced.
To say that it was a conspiracy or that anything was mishandled and she's wrongfully accused is not true. She wouldn't be where she is today if she hadn't killed those children.
If we were to do it again today, I'd ask for the same punishment because those 2 boys deserved that type of justice. She's a dangerous, manipulative individual who's shown absolutely no remorse for her actions, and she deserves the death penalty in this particular case.
Forensics may yet clear Darley Routier. Smeared fingerprints may confirm that someone else was in the house the night her sons were murdered. For now, a story that began with a terrified 911 call has ended on death row. A barbaric murder takes place in a schoolyard.
This is a brutal crime. The violence to the body was horrific.
Strange marks cover the victim's body, indications of a savage attack. Detectives try to find the killer. Fingerprints, teeth, even concrete are all painstakingly analyzed for clues. As the evidence unravels, it leads detectives into a maze of suspects and theories.
I hit her. Then what happened? Didn't move.
We left an uneasy feeling about his confession.
The pressure is on the forensic team to find the truth, because in this strange case, a confession is not enough. "6 a.m., May 20th, 1990. Behind Grant Park High School in Winnipeg, Manitoba, a horrific crime is discovered. Shortly after the body is found, two forensic officers, Don Boulay and Carrie Armit, arrive at the crime scene. They too are shocked by what they find. Carrie Armit was responsible for gathering the forensic evidence at the crime scene.
It wasn't a simple stabbing, shooting. The body had sustained a number of serious injuries.
The victim is a middle-aged woman. It appears she was assaulted before she was killed. Her shirt has been pulled up over her head and her purse strap is wound around her neck. Forensic Officer Don Boulay, Armit's partner in the identification unit, was responsible for photographing the crime scene.
The victim was naked from the upper body down. The only thing she had on her lower body was her stockings. So it would appear that there's something of a sexual nature that had happened there as well.
The savagery of the attack and the state of the victim's body convinces police that they are dealing with a vicious psychopath. The victim's head has been crushed beyond recognition with a 55-pound piece of concrete. Who would do such a thing, and why? The attack was so violent, blood had spattered up to 20 feet away from the body.
Whoever was present when the violence occurred to the body would have received more blood spray and tissue matter on.
The officers find a pair of black dress shoes and one white canvas slip-on. They are all the same size. While Officer Armit searches for clues, his partner, Don Boulay, makes a detailed record of the crime scene. The contents of the victim's purse litter the area. Might robbery have been a motive for the assault? The area around the body is covered with footprints. Could there have been more than one assailant?
The crime scene was a mess. It's outside, and in the middle of the schoolyard, there were also footprints, tire impressions, there were cigarette butts, and so on.
I remember as I'm photographing the scene, and in fact, I may have made comment to one of the other officers there that for all we know, this guy could be watching us because there are several apartment blocks in the area. And it was just an odd feeling at that time.
Some 200 feet away from the crime scene, there's an open parking lot. Scouring the area for any clues that might shed light on the murder, Officer Armit finds a grocery list and a $5 bill.
Money generally doesn't appear everywhere in school parking lots, in my experience. It is possible that it may have been blown some distance. Of course, at that point in the investigation, we don't know what may or may not be relevant to it.
The most relevant and vital clue they discover is the victim's identity. Her name is Shirley Andronowicz. She is a 42-year-old housewife, married with children. Her home is only a few blocks away in a quiet suburban neighborhood. What was she doing out here in the middle of the night? May has been a dry month and the ground is hard, but the blows to Shirley's head are so violent that a 2-inch depression remains when her body is taken away.
The community was horrified seeing that this woman was an average, I would call her a middle-aged, middle-class woman, brutalized and murdered on a school grounds.
While the forensic team comb the crime scene for clues, homicide detectives try to piece together what happened and identify potential suspects. Detective Sergeant Bob Marshall led the homicide investigation.
This was a particularly difficult case. We had an outdoor scene, which is always difficult, never mind one that's frequented by thousands of people on any given day. In addition to that, it was a crime that captured the attention of the city, in particular the neighborhood where it happened, just by the horrific nature of it.
The first 48 hours of a murder investigation are the most crucial to picking up a vital lead. Detective Ron Oliver was Marshall's partner in the homicide investigation.
It's all an interview process. There's a lot of legwork involved. Our entire squad would have been working on interviewing numerous people who would have either known, had knowledge of that particular evening.
85% of murders are committed by someone known to the victim.
Hi. Is your dad home?
The police must now interview everyone who knew Shirley.
Police are here!
They start with her family.
Yeah? Mr. Andronowicz.
Yeah? What's up?
I'd like to talk to you, sir. Do you have a minute?
Yeah? You know, it's a good thing you're here. My wife didn't come last night.
Could we come in, please?
Yeah, sure.
Ed and Shirley Andronowicz had been married for 19 years. They had 3 daughters. Ed told the police that he and his wife had gone for drinks the night before at the Grant Hotel.
We went to the Grant around 8 o'clock.
You remember who was there?
Randy Sloan, Ron Sutherland, Rick St. Germain, they were all there.
Hey, good to meet you.
The Grant is near Ed and Shirley's home. They are regulars here. Shirley likes dancing and flirting. Ed tells police he'd been drinking long before they went out that night.
I'm tired, let's go.
I'm not tired. You go.
So let's go.
Listen, I'm not going anywhere. I'm having fun.
Ed leaves, angry and alone. Now police can only hope that somewhere in this bar, they'll find a clue to the murder of Shirley Andronowicz.
Oops.
Does anyone in the bar know anything about what happened later that night? Do they know who might have killed her? Could the murderer be amongst the drinkers who were watching her that night? What the police discover will shock and surprise the whole community. Early on Sunday morning, behind Grant Park High School in Winnipeg, Manitoba, the mutilated body of Shirley Andronowicz is found. Detectives investigating the murder try to find out everything they can about her, especially what happened during her last hours. How did she end up at the school when it's in the opposite direction to the bar? Did someone take her there?
Oh, we absolutely felt it was likely somebody from the bar or one of her associates, just based on her lifestyle, but we came up with nothing whatsoever.
Shirley's body is taken to St. Boniface Hospital, where a post-mortem reveals even more disturbing evidence. The autopsy is conducted by Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Peter Markestein. As the police suspected, Shirley was violently raped, but the attacker didn't stop there.
On the abdomen, what appears to be a pattern, like a running shoe.
Dr. Markestein finds some alarming marks on Shirley's body.
What appears to be bite marks. Human bite marks. On the upper arm, the breasts, and the genitals.
When we examined the body and when we looked at the nipples, it was obvious that they had been bitten off.
The nipples were bitten off, bite marks were left on the body. There was extreme violence that was evident on the body. A piece of concrete curbing had been smashed into her face, basically obliterating her face. Pants had been pulled down. It had all the earmarks of a vicious sexual attack.
Dr. Markestein takes swabs of any saliva residue left around the bite marks. These are then sent to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Laboratory for testing. Together with the actual bite marks, the saliva may help identify the killer.
If there is presence of saliva, in those days, what we did, now we would do DNA. In those days, we determined if the person were a secretor, that is, if they were to secrete their blood groups into their body fluids, it would be possible to match that with the accused or the assailant.
Severe bruising around the victim's neck, consistent with the first strap found around the victim's neck.
It's hard to determine whether Shirley Andronowicz died from strangulation or from the repeated blows with a heavy object which crushed her skull.
The sequence, of course, is more likely that strangulation took place before the head was destroyed, but I cannot say whether she was dead or not. She probably was unconscious. The destruction of the head was overwhelming, and we reached the conclusion that that was the cause of death in this particular case.
The victim's blood and hair found on the heavy piece of concrete by the body confirms that this is the murder weapon. Now the forensic team must find out if the concrete holds any clues to the killer's identity. The murder weapon is given to forensic geologist Richard Monroe.
Getting fingerprints from the surface can be extremely difficult, extremely easy, depending on the medium. Every type of surface will react differently to the chemistry that's contained within the oils in your hands. If you're touching glass, you have a smooth surface, and your fingerprints will sit on that surface, so it'll give you a nice, consistent pattern. When you're dealing with a porous medium like a piece of concrete, the surface is actually very bumpy and will absorb oils.
Looked at microscopically, concrete resembles a series of sharp ridges. Any oils left by a finger would be balancing precariously on top of these points. In 1990, no one had yet been able to get fingerprints off concrete.
The concept at the time was it was virtually impossible to get fingerprints on a porous medium. The technology didn't exist to be able to do that.
A substance had to be found that would fix the fingerprint oils to the concrete ridges so they could then be treated with chemicals to make them stand out and become visible. Meanwhile, police try to piece together what happened during the last hours of Shirley's life. They round up the man she was dancing with, Randy Sloan, and his friends Richard St. Germain and Ron Sutherland. Detectives Bob Marshall and Ron Oliver interview them and everyone else they can find who was at the bar that night.
We were having a good time. She was warming up. I told her my wife was at a hen party. Her old man was passed out at home. I said, why not come to my house, watch a movie, have a few beers?
We were just dancing, But Randy, I told him he's off, because she was married.
Randy told him to get lost. Ron said, I'm gonna break your arm. So I said, Ron, just go sit back down. So about 11 o'clock, I figured I'd had enough, and I asked Shirley if she wanted to come home with me. She said no. Too bad. She's here today.
I have no idea when I left, but I went home alone.
I just kept drinking, so I don't really remember too well what happened after that.
Each of the men claim they left the bar alone. None of them have any idea who might have killed Shirley. After interviewing all the witnesses they can dig up, the detectives can find no one who saw Shirley leave the bar that night. 2 days after the murder, police ask Ed Andronowicz to come up and tie up some loose ends. Robbery still figures as a possible motive for the attack.
There's a number of unanswered questions. For example, she wasn't wearing wedding rings, so did she have them? Were they missing? Her purse had been gone through, so no sign of credit cards. Did she have any?
No, we don't have no credit cards. Who needs the day?
Marshall then shows Ed the grocery list they found in the parking lot near the crime scene. It includes cat food and litter. The Andronowiczes only have pet fish.
That's not her writing.
As the detectives wrap up the interview, Marshall suddenly asks the question that turns the investigation upside down.
So do you have any idea who might have killed your wife?
I might have.
What do you mean you might have?
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Are you saying that you might have killed your wife?
It's possible.
And before we go any further, we want you to understand that you could be charged with murder.
I know.
So what makes you think that you killed your wife?
I hit her. Shirley came home from the bar. It was late. After midnight, and we got into a fight. A bad one. Where have you been? Come on. Let's go to bed.
I'm sleeping on the couch.
Where you been, you dirty slut? I swear.
Oh, yeah. Come on, try. Hit me. Sick.
She hit me. She dared me to hit her back. I hit her. She fell.
Then what happened?
She didn't move.
So what did you do?
I guess I put her into the car.
What do you mean you guess?
I did. She was unconscious.
Why?
I thought she was dead.
Where did you take her?
I guess I took her to the school. I remember a field, bleachers.
Then what happened?
I don't know.
Why can't you remember?
I've been drinking. Lots.
So what did you do?
I'm not sure. I might have hit her.
With what?
A board?
Did you bite her, Ed?
I might have.
Ed, we don't want you admitting to something you did do. Are you sure you killed your wife?
Yes. I did.
Ed's confession gives detectives their first definite suspect, but it raises more questions than it answers.
We were uneasy with the confession by virtue of the fact that there was nothing to corroborate it, that we could find anyways. So we didn't charge him initially with the offense. We thought, well, we'll hold him for investigative purposes.
The police must now prove whether Ed killed his wife or not. If they get it wrong, they will lose any advantage they have, and the murderer could strike again. The next day, detectives talk to Ed's daughter. She tells them that the day after the murder, her father gave her a bag of dirty clothes to wash.
They had this smell to them. I don't know what kind of smell, okay?
It's hard to describe. There were these dark stains. Like blood. I don't know. I got scared, and I don't want to think he did it.
She also tells police that her parents had regular fights.
Anger.
Sleeping on the couch.
She would slap him and then pull his hair, and he never fought back. They they had separate rooms. I don't want to believe he did it. Maybe, when you got all that anger and frustration built up inside you, it just explodes.
The detective sees some of Ed's and Shirley's shoes. One of them matches the white canvas slip-on found at the crime scene.
On the abdomen,
But none of them match the print left on Shirley's body. If Ed is the killer, whose shoe left that mark? Police have Ed's confession and his daughter's potentially damaging testimony. They now take a blood sample to compare to the blood type found in the saliva on Shirley's bite marks. The results could seal Ed's fate. Forensic officers, meanwhile, continue their painstaking search for any evidence that might support Ed's confession. They measure the tire tracks found at the crime scene and compare them to those of Ed's car. They are similar but inconclusive. The inside of Ed's car is examined too. If he did use it to take Shirley to the school, there should be some evidence left inside it. In the trunk, they find a windshield wiper pushed deep into the liner. The blade is badly damaged. The piece of concrete used to kill Shirley Andronowicz also had a black mark on it, like the shape of a wiper blade. Did Ed have the murder weapon in the trunk of his car? Many small pieces of concrete were also found, which isn't unusual given that Ed works in construction. But could they be from the block that killed Shirley? They are sent to forensic geologist Richard Monroe for analysis.
There were several pieces in that trunk, and we tried to go over the whole block on either side to see if there was actually a physical match. A lot of time invested trying to put that block in the vehicle.
Monroe even goes so far as to visit the crime scene.
Part of being an investigation is understanding what you're looking at totally. You don't just zero in on one small aspect. You have to take a look at the whole picture, see what a potential witness might see, what a witness might hear, noise of a bus going by, or whatever it might be.
Monroe then notices the parking lot a couple of 100 feet away. Taking a closer look, he makes a crucial discovery.
I looked at the pieces of the parking lot and I saw some obvious comparatives with the parking lot abutment that was used as the murder weapon, the way the block was broken at the time. That could be a fit.
The murder weapon did not come from Ed's car. It had been at the crime scene all along. Having found where the murder weapon came from, Monroe gets the company that manufactured it to make him an exact replica. He cuts that into small sections so he can conduct a variety of experiments to try to read fingerprints on concrete. Inventing a new science is a long, meticulous process.
There wasn't a day I didn't work on it, and it was pretty intense, 18, 20 hours a day sometimes just to be able to get through it.
If Ed's fingerprints are found on the concrete block, he faces life in prison for the murder of his wife. His future could now depend on Monroe doing something no one has yet been able to do. Shirley Andronowicz, a middle-aged mother of 3, was brutally raped and murdered behind this suburban school in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Her husband, Ed, has confessed to the crime. Though police have their doubts, forensic investigators searched for clues that will support his confession. Officer Carey Armit discovers 2 fingerprints on the grocery list he found in the parking lot near the crime scene.
We can see the 2 areas on the back of the grocery note where these fingerprints were developed. We thought they may be identifiable if we had a suspect. Ink impressions to use in comparison, so they were compared to many suspects. Really.
The prints are clear enough to establish that they don't belong to Ed or to his murdered wife, Shirley. Perhaps this harmless list has nothing to do with the case after all. The forensic investigators leave no avenue unexplored. Anything the killer touched could help to identify him, even the bite marks he left on Shirley's body. An impression of Ed's bite is made in wax so it can be analyzed. Dr. David Sweet is the director of the Bureau of Legal Dentistry at the University of British Columbia.
There are a variety of crucial questions that can be answered in criminal investigations, and they are centered around dental evidence. In the case of a bite mark, if you identify the bite mark, you're able to conclude who created that bite mark, and that becomes a very important issue for the police.
Dr. Sweet traces the wax impressions of Ed's bite onto a piece of acetate. He then superimposes that on a life-size photograph of one of Shirley's bite marks. This method allows him to move the position of the teeth around so as to compare them to the marks on the skin.
When I did this comparison, I didn't see the type of match that I thought would be there if in fact, these teeth caused the bite mark. I was able to conclude that this suspect could be excluded as the biter.
This is a major turning point in the investigation. Ed is not the one who left those bite marks on his wife. And then the final piece of evidence. The results of the saliva analysis come back from the lab. Now the investigation takes another dramatic turn.
The saliva was from a person who is a so-called secretor. And by that I mean they secrete blood factors in their saliva.
Shirley's murderer had B-type blood factors in his saliva. Only 6% of the population fit this profile, and Ed Andronowicz is not one of them. Ed's shoes don't match the print left on Shirley's body. There was no evidence Ed had transported her in his car. Ed's teeth don't match the bite marks on Shirley's body. And the killer has type B blood. Ed does not. After 56 days in jail, Ed is finally released. The police are baffled. If he didn't murder his wife, why did he confess to it?
Ed Andronowicz confessed to the crime because he genuinely believed that he may have committed the offense. He knew that he'd been having trouble with his wife. He knew he had been in a fight with her. He knew that she was dead, and he had no explanation, so it's kind of like, who else like him could have done it?
It was a true whodunit murder case. It may have started out looking like a potential domestic assault, but in fact, that particular theory was proved to be wrong, and there was some person out there who admitted this horrible act and possibly may commit another similar offense.
It's now 2 months since the night Shirley Andronowicz was murdered. The police still have no suspect or any clue as to the identity of her killer.
I'm tired. Let's go.
Oh, I'm not tired. You go.
said let's go.
And I said, I don't want to go. I'm having fun.
Detectives still believe her murderer was in the bar that night, probably watching this scene. Could it have triggered the rage that climaxed in the savage rape and murder of Shirley Andronowicz? Now, 2 months later, the early advantage has been lost, and a psychopath is still at large. He could strike again at any time. Detectives now try to find if anyone else who was in the bar that night has type B blood to match the secretion in the bite marks on Shirley's body. Some samples are positive, but with no other evidence to point a definite finger at anyone, this is another blind alley.
Investigators become demoralized because you can't help but have empathy for this victim and the family.
Then police get the break they've been hoping for. Working on his test slabs, forensic geologist Richard Monroe has found a way to preserve and identify fingerprints left on concrete.
After a lot of trial and error, it was determined that cyanacrylate superglue was the best fixing material to try to hold oils in your hands on the concrete surface.
Monroe now tries his test on the murder weapon. He flushes it with a chemical called Sudan black. Its particles get caught up in the fingerprint ridges fixed by the glue, making them visible.
When you watch the prints develop, it's like watching a flower bloom. It was a very personal moment. Left the lab and walked out to the major crime area to talk to detectives and found out I was the only one there. Everybody had gone home, so it was rather anticlimactic because you finally made a discovery that no one could tell.
After 3 months' work, Monroe does find fingerprints on the murder weapon, but they're too badly smudged to be of use.
It's a frantic event, so you get slippage, but at least you can tell how it was held, and that was the best we could get out of the situation based on what the crime scene gave us.
The blurry image can't bring the police any closer. The investigation once again hits a dead end. Then, on August 17th, a shocking piece of news. 16-year-old Bridget Grenier is found murdered less than 50 miles from Winnipeg. It happened in June, a month after the murder of Shirley Andronowicz. There are awful similarities between the two cases. Both women were beaten, raped, and bitten.
It's definitely someone that's on the dark side of life that committed this offense.
The man charged with Grenier's murder is one Kyle Unger. Intriguingly, the name Unger appears in Shirley Andronowicz's address book. Since most murderers are known to the victim, it gives police new hope and a new direction. The similarities between the two crimes are compelling. Police also find that Unger had been in Winnipeg around the time of Shirley's murder. Could the same man have killed both women? Detectives once again review all the available evidence to try and make the vital connection. But then, checking airline records, they discover that although Kyle Unger was in Winnipeg in May of 1990, he left the city a few days before the murder. He never returned. And the Unger and Shirley Andronowicz's address book is an uncle she hadn't seen in years. He is no relation to Kyle Unger. The two murders, though bizarrely similar, have nothing to do with each other. The case begins to crumble.
We were carrying on with the investigation. We were chasing down a number of leads. However, none of those leads bore any fruit, and the case was starting to grow a little bit cold.
Winnipeg police now ask Inspector Ron McKay of the RCMP Violent Crime Analysis section to put together a profile of the killer.
The body was found in a totally exposed area, which makes it a very high-risk crime for the offender. Risk of interruption, risk of being seen. This was a highly impulsive crime and a highly opportunistic crime. When you have this kind of crime, Typically, the offender will live or work in the immediate area. And the demographics of the area suggest that the majority of residents, particularly male residents, in that area are Caucasian. The bite marks on the victim were motivated by a violent sexual fantasy that the offender has been carrying around in his brain for years. And the sexual behavior was suggestive of a youthful offender. And the choice of weapon certainly suggests that you have a very powerful, physically strong offender with a sustained high level of anger.
The profile was potentially very useful, but with no suspects, it was academic. As the months drag on, police need a real break if they are going to catch the killer. On the first anniversary of the murder, a TV report is broadcast to jog people's memories.
The early morning hours of Sunday, May 20th, 1990, Shirley Andronowich's beaten body was found behind Grant Park High School. Even though the case is now more than a year old, police say the investigation still continues, though they don't expect anyone else to be charged.
Unsolved murder, the case is never closed. The investigation may be suspended to begin, and then when new information comes in, of course, automatically reopened.
And then, as a result of the broadcast, a totally unexpected break.
We got a telephone call from an individual who felt that he may have some information.
The tip-off comes from one Al Ryder. On the night of the murder, he and a friend, Mark Jarman, were also drinking at the Grant Hotel. No one knew them in the bar, so the police couldn't talk to them when they conducted their interviews a year ago.
Man, it's late. I'm checking out. See you back at the apartment.
Okay. See you later.
Ryder and Jarman were both staying with a friend nearby. The apartment overlooked the field behind Grant Park High School, the scene of the murder.
Hey, what's up?
When Ryder returns to the apartment, he finds Jarman visibly shaken.
What's up with you, Mark?
This guy. He tried to rob me.
What happened?
I fought him off. Hit him on the head with a cinder block. I killed him.
You killed him? You sure, man?
Yeah, I think so. What do I do with these, man?
Jarman burnt the clothes, and Ryder didn't think much more about it, until he saw the report on Shirley's death a year later. When Ryder makes the call, Jarman is already in prison just outside Winnipeg, serving time for burglary. Ryder's story gives police a new direction in this difficult case. Could this petty thief be the vicious murderer of Shirley Andronowicz? The first sign that the story could have some substance comes from the seemingly innocent grocery list Carrie Armitt found near the crime scene the day after the murder. It has 2 clear fingerprints on it. It turns out that the day before the murder, the mother of the friend with whom Jarman was staying asked him to get some groceries for her. She gave him $100. Jarman left her the change with the groceries. She was the owner of a cat. As Jarman is already in prison, his fingerprints are on file. Armitt compares them to the prints he found on the grocery list.
2 fingerprints on the grocery note were identified, one having been made by Mr. Jarman's left thumb and one by his left middle finger. There was enough detail to positively identify him as having made these fingerprints.
Right.
But Marshall knows that a print on a grocery list found in a busy public area won't tie Jarman to the murder, especially when the place he was staying was so near the crime scene. 20 hours after Ryder's phone call, the detectives go to interview Jarman in prison.
We tried to be as well armed as possible before going into an interview of this magnitude for a crime of this seriousness.
There's a lot riding on this interview. It's been over a year since the murder and the police haven't charged anyone yet. But for the first time in the investigation, Marshall and Oliver feel optimistic, and Jarman appears to want to talk.
I met up with a woman. We got talking. She was looking for her shoe, she said. She'd lost her shoe.
One of the things that solidified the case for us was when he first began speaking with her, she had said that she was out looking for a shoe. And we knew we were on the right track at that time because there was a shoe found with the body, and the matching shoe was found back at her house.
Tell us about it.
We had sex. That was it. Then I got into a fight with this guy. He tried to rob me. We had a fight. That's how I got the blood on me.
What about the woman?
She just headed off in the other direction.
There was no other guy there, Mark.
Can I get some smokes?
Okay. Let's take a break. I'll be right back.
Could he really be the vicious killer they've been hunting for over a year?
You want me to solve this thing for you right now? This is stuff about the guy. It's bullshit. I did it. Okay? I did it. Well, detective, do I fit your profile? What's your profile say?
Jarman then gives them a full confession. He admits to having sex with Shirley Andronowicz, but insists it was consensual, saying he only killed her when she accused him of rape. He wasn't going to prison for rape.
Why did you bite her? I'm not sure why I did that.
It's a chilling response for such a savage attack.
The nipples themselves were never covered, and we asked him if he could help us out with that, and in quite an insulted fashion, he told us, well, I didn't keep them, or anything like that.
Marshall has already had one confession in this case. He's all too aware that without solid evidence, Jarman's story may not stand up in court. Mark Jarman has confessed to the murder of Shirley Andronowicz. The forensic team must now put together a solid case with which to convict him. David Sweet, the expert in legal dentistry, gets to work on the impressions of Jarman's teeth.
His teeth had spaces between them, and they tapered toward the biting edge. That kind of detail becomes important when we do the physical comparison of the teeth to the bite mark.
Though the first teeth marks he tries to match on Shirley's skin aren't clear enough, there are others which do provide an incriminating match.
The bite marks on the nipples had very little information because of the damage to the skin. So the primary area where this conclusion was presented to the courts was with the bite to the genital area. That way, I was able to identify the person that was responsible for the crime.
That is the best news the police could have hoped for. Mark Jarman finally stands trial for the murder of Shirley Andronowicz, but there are still surprises in store.
Mr. Andronowicz, why did you confess to killing your wife?
I could have killed her. I don't really remember.
You don't remember killing your wife?
I was drinking a lot then. We had a lot of bad fights. I might have, done it like by accident. I don't really know.
You don't know.
Though he's only a witness at Jarman's trial, Ed's battle with his inner demons makes him think he's the guilty party. Terry McKean was the Crown attorney prosecuting the case.
Well, it was a tough case because of the fact that the husband had already confessed to the murder, so throughout the whole course of the trial, I was busy not only showing that Jarman was the real killer, but I was busy defending the husband and showing that he wasn't the killer.
Jarman's conviction is sealed by the forensic evidence painstakingly gathered by the Winnipeg police. Jarman's teeth match the bite marks on Shirley's body. Jarman's blood type matches the blood secretions in the saliva left on Shirley's body. Jarman's fingerprints match the fingerprints found on the grocery list.
And in his statement to the police, Jarman said a number of things that only the real killer could know. So there were many things that identified him as the person that committed this unbelievably brutal murder.
After a 4-week trial, Mark Jarman is found guilty of murder. For the police involved in this case, the forensic evidence does more than convict Jarman. It also paints a clearer picture of what really happened that night behind Grant Park High School.
Violent nature of the whole attack just didn't sit well as far as being consensual.
This was rape, without a doubt. Jarman thought, rather than get arrested, charged, and locked up in jail as a rapist, I'd better kill her, basically save myself that trouble.
And there, in the parking lot, he found the perfect weapon to silence Shirley for good.
After having done this case, what sticks in my mind is the absolute brutality of this murder and sexual relation. It's unlike any other case I've ever done. I've done a few murder cases.
I found the Whodunit case to be a hugely tragic case and extremely challenging in that there were so many different parts of our training that we had to put to use.
With all the answers the evidence provided, there is one that may never be known. Why, even with the real killer on trial, did Ed Andronowicz still think he might have murdered his wife?
Perhaps it's, a way of salvaging a life that's going nowhere and get some redemption for something. Maybe he feels responsible for having her walking around in the middle of the night, and in that way he feels he killed her.
Las Vegas, Nevada. A millionaire casino boss is found dead. His girlfriend and her lover are charged with murder. Did she do it, or didn't she?
It was the most trying time I've ever had in my life.
It's a story that really has everything. I mean, sex, drugs, love, betrayal, buried treasure. And it's all in the backdrop of Las Vegas.
Was it suicide, an accidental overdose, or ruthless murder that took the life of a Las Vegas casino boss? Here's what happened. You decide. On September 17th, 1998, rescue workers respond to a frantic 911 call from the home of a Las Vegas legend.
Please send someone here. Please, can you do something? My husband's gone. He's not breathing. I have to go. He needs me.
The 911 operator traces the call to 2408 Palomino Lane, a sprawling Las Vegas mansion. Inside, a grisly sight. Millionaire casino boss Ted Binion, dead. Crime scene investigator Mike Perkins was among the first at the scene.
Obviously, there was no blatant trauma to the body of Mr. Binion. There wasn't a gunshot wound to the head. His throat hadn't been slashed. There wasn't anything substantial like that. There were a few small injuries on his body. But we didn't have anything else specifically on him to go with.
I never should have left the house. I never should have let you be alone.
The woman who called 911 is not Ted Binion's wife. It's his girlfriend, 26-year-old Sandy Murphy. This is her first TV interview since being released after 4.5 years in a federal penitentiary.
Well, I came home, and I parked in the Sally Port. And I came in through the side door into the kitchen, and I said, "Teddy Ruxpin, I'm home." I used to call him Teddy Ruxpin because I had a teddy bear when I was a kid. He didn't answer. So I went to the den to get him, and he was resting, what appeared to be resting. And I tried to wake him up, and he wouldn't wake up. It was at that point I realized that he was in real trouble.
Sandy fears the worst. She calls 911, and when police arrive, she tells them her story. Ted Binion has had a destructive addiction to heroin for almost 2 decades. His favorite way of getting high is smoking it, called chasing the dragon. To help him come down, he used a prescription sedative called Xanax. Dr. Enrique Lacayo was Ted Binion's neighbor. He prescribed the sedative to Binion the day before he died.
I felt that it was medically necessary for him to have it, to help him to go through the withdrawal without having to go back to the drug. Heroin addicts, they have a tendency to crave it as soon as they get off the drug. So I felt by him having the Xanax, he would feel much better to fight the addiction again.
CSI Perkins finds an empty Xanax bottle and heroin paraphernalia. Everything about the scene suggests an addict on a deadly binge. Whether accident or suicide, police conclude that drugs killed Ted Binion. Case closed. There are many who believe Ted Binion had good reason to take his life. Binion's heroin addiction cost him control of Binion's Horseshoe Casino, a Las Vegas fixture since the early days of Sin City. Jeff Gurman is a Vegas journalist.
Well, I mean, anybody who wants to talk about the Binions has to start with Benny Binion. He's the patriarch of the family. He died in 1989. He is one of the pioneers of Las Vegas. He's an old-time gambler from Texas, ran illegal gambling operations in Dallas, and one of the most colorful figures this city has ever seen. He killed a few people in Dallas. He had to get out of Dallas, and ultimately ended up starting the Horseshoe Club, which became one of the most popular casinos of its time.
Benny turned the Horseshoe into Vegas's most popular poker joint. He promoted the now legendary World Series of Poker. When Benny died, Ted and the family took charge of the casino. But Ted's problem with heroin haunted him. In 1997, the Nevada Gaming Commission revoked his license. His final words to the commission revealed his despair.
This is my life. I have nowhere else to go.
All he has left is Sandy.
In the beginning, it was wonderful. I mean, I had started a new relationship, and he moved me into his home. And he had some troubles of his own with the gaming control board, and he was going through a divorce. So it was a little tough, but it was new, and we were in love, and we had a great time for, I would say, at least the first 12 months of our relationship. It was all bliss and everything that comes with love.
Thanks to those.
But the heroin was more powerful than love. John Mobbitt is a defense attorney in Vegas. He was a friend of Binion's.
He loved his heroin more than he loved her. And that's what stepped in between Sandy and Teddy. You know, people say, well, he's been taking heroin for years, so he knows what he's doing. That's a joke. That's ridiculous. He is addicted to heroin for 15, 20 years. And because of that, when you start taking it, you don't realize your limits. And then you start taking Xanax on top of it. You don't know where you're at.
CSI Mike Perkins concludes his investigation and finds nothing suspicious. The police are certain Ted Binion died of a drug overdose.
When we left the residence on September 17th, we had not formed any definitive conclusions on what had happened to Mr. Binion. We obviously didn't have any signs of a substantial struggle or of a violent death.
I'll call you when he's feeling better. Thank you. Bye-bye now.
New evidence will produce a different version of events. One that points to murder. One day after casino boss Ted Binion is found dead, an autopsy determines the cause of death. A textbook overdose. Famed pathologist Dr. Cyril Wecht has reviewed the autopsy report.
In my opinion, Ted Binion clearly, unquestionably died as a result of combined drug toxicity, heroin and Xanax, a touch of Valium, but it was the heroin and the Xanax. Keep in mind that both are central nervous system depressants. Heroin is a powerful analgesic, and Xanax a kind of a tranquilizer, and so on. Both work pharmacologically by depressing different parts of the brain. And in combination, they produce a situation which we call synergism, where 2 + 2 may equal 5 or 7, not just 4.
The body shows no signs of struggle. The pathologist notes a small red mark in the middle of Binion's chest and a mild abrasion on his upper lip. Neither points to foul play. Rigor mortis has set in, providing an approximate time of death around 12 noon or 4 hours before Sandy Murphy called 911. Vegas police officially closed the case. But the Binion family believes Sandy Murphy murdered Ted Binion. They hire a private investigator to prove it. To this day, Sandy says the cards were stacked against her.
I think it's a very tough thing when you're up against a very powerful family who has a tremendous amount of political influence, and I was sort of the scapegoat.
The PI produces a new version of the facts. The story begins at a Las Vegas strip club when Teddy first laid eyes on Sandy, a 23-year-old California surfer girl. By most accounts, she danced topless for him, but to this day, Sandy Murphy says she was never a stripper.
Well, I was very young, and I was traveling at the time, and it was my first time to Nevada. I was quite excited, and I lost money gambling and had a girlfriend with me who was manufactured intimates, and we went to a gentleman's club. It's the first time I ever been to a gentleman's club, and we sold costumes, and that's how I met Teddy.
Whatever the truth is, Ted Binion saw Sandy Murphy and was entranced.
My Teddy Ruxpin.
At first, I didn't really like him very much. He seemed sort of arrogant, and he was with a friend of his who I thought was rather interesting, and I didn't care for him in the beginning. But through several cocktails and hours later, he kind of won me over, and he was very silly and extremely witty and very intelligent. And I gave him my number, and he never stopped calling.
I love you.
He divorced his wife of 25 years. Sandy moved in.
Teddy was the man who swept me off my feet. I thought he'd fill the hole in my heart. I thought he'd love and protect me forever.
Sandy was taken care of very well by Ted. He gave her a credit card with a $10,000 limit, which he paid off every month. She had access to all the cash she needed. They lived in a $1 million home, beautiful ranch-style home. He bought her a Mercedes sports coupe. They dined at expensive gourmet restaurants all the time. So it was a pretty good lifestyle for her.
But by 1998, the relationship between Ted and Sandy was no longer the loving, gentle partnership it had once been.
Well, I don't think anyone really knows what it's like to live with a drug addict. It's very difficult because it's like living with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One day he would be the sweet, loving man that I know, and while at his highest moment, or at his lowest of lows where he was looking to get high again, he wasn't that man anymore.
Tom Loveday was Ted Binion's gardener for 15 years.
The only thing I didn't like about Ted, if he got stoned, or if he did his heroin, or if he got drunk, he got mean. And he got mean only with his women. And he beat up Sandy, because I used to see the bruises on Sandy. He'd call me in the house when I came that following Thursday and say, Tom, I did a bad thing last night, I beat up Sandy.
Teddy was the kind of guy who had this smile No matter what he did or how angry you got at him, all he had to do was smile. I miss his face. I miss his voice. I miss his touch.
Always a paranoid man, Ted wires his house with cameras. He watches Sandy's every move, and he doesn't trust her. In this version of events, Sandy senses Ted is about to kick her out. She'll lose her car, her credit card, and the $1 million house which Ted has given her in his will. Some say Ted Binion was finished with Sandy Murphy.
Hey, my titty ruckspin. What's wrong? You've been drinking again.
Oh, where the hell have you been?
Excuse me?
Where the hell have you been?
What business is it of yours?
Oh, darling, if it's none of my business, why don't you get the hell out of here?
Fine, I'm gone.
Is this motive for murder? The private investigator takes a fresh look at Sandy's behavior the day Ted Binion died. He re-examines the statement she gave police at the hospital.
My neighbor, he's a doctor, and he used to give us that stuff all the time when we were, and I told him not to give him that stuff again. He gave him some last night.
Sandy's story comes across as a too perfect performance.
Come on, you wouldn't wake up.
CSI Mike Perkins doesn't buy it.
I've been in the last 20 years with several police departments, over 6,000, close to 6,300 crime scenes, and Miss Murphy's behavior that day struck me as fabricated. It was varying too much. She seemed to be able to turn it off at will.
Then there's the 911 call.
My husband. He's not breathing.
Binion has been dead for about 4 hours at the time of her call. It's a strange statement. Ted's not only stopped breathing, he's stone cold. Sandy Murphy is either a grief-stricken girlfriend or a gifted actor. Another strange fact. At 12 noon, a realtor working on a deal for Ted phones the house.
Hello?
Hi, Sandy, it's Barbara. Is Ted there?
No, Barbara, he's out of it.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
No. No one understands what it's like living with a drug addict. I've got this mess to clean up in the bathroom.
Do you want me to come over? I could do that right now.
No. He doesn't like people to see him like this.
Oh, we have an appointment tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Well, you better call to see if he can make that appointment.
Why don't you get me to come over there and we can go out to lunch and chat?
No. Every time I go out, he interrogates me.
Are you sure?
Look, Barbara, I have to go, okay? Goodbye.
Ted Binion is already dead or lies dying at this very moment. An hour later, Sandy goes out to run some errands. Either she didn't see Ted on her way out, or she had something to do with his death.
Well, I don't know that I remember all of my day, but I remember most of it only because I've told the story so many times before. And I remember specifically getting up at a certain point and feeding the dogs and having a chat about life and heroin and his life in hopes of having a life without heroin.
The day before he died, Ted Binion calls his lawyer with strict orders.
Yeah. Take Sandy out of the will. She doesn't kill me tonight. Yeah. If I'm dead, you'll know what happened. Yeah.
Is money enough of a motive for Sandy Murphy to kill Ted Binion? There's another shocking discovery. Sandy Murphy has a lover, and he too has a motive for murder. Six months before his death, Ted Binion meets 33-year-old entrepreneur Rick Tabish in a men's room.
Heard about this new guy hustling around Vegas. His name was Rick Tabish from Montana. I had a ranch in Montana. Hell, some of the best times of my life were in Montana. Anyway, Sandy and I were at the restaurant there having a couple of drinks and a steak. I excused myself to go to the John. Well, there's Rick Tabish. Said I heard about him. Asked him if he'd like to come out on the town with Sandy and me. Well, he was a little hesitant at first, but I said, "You don't know who I am, do you? My name is Ted Binion." He came.
We met in the can. We just hit it off. After a couple months, he consulted me about his problems, how he'd like to quit taking drugs. I started helping the guy out. Everybody's against him. I just took him for who he was. It was good.
Tabish owns a large trucking company. Binion asks Tabish for a bizarre favor. He enlists him to bury $5 million worth of rare silver coins. He directs Tabish to a vacant lot he owns in a small town outside Vegas. The paranoid casino boss explains that he doesn't want the coins falling into the wrong hands.
That said, you keep the combo. You're the silver guy. If I need anything, we'll both come out here. He said he didn't want his ex-wife getting her hands on that silver.
Tabish owes the IRS $300,000. He's hoping his new friend can help him with his money problems. And then there's Sandy.
One thing led to another, they became friends. Rick started doing work for Teddy. That's how they came about, and that's how Sandy met Rick. It was through Ted. And because of the abuse that she was undergoing and suffering in the household, because of the drug addiction, because of the alcohol, she turned to Rick. And that's understandable in a house where there's abuse. And then a person turns to a caregiver for assistance. And that's what happened here with Sandy.
I swear we only slept together twice. And we were pretty drunk. And we decided to break it off. Me married, 2 kids. Sandy with Ted. She was afraid of him. That he'd kill her if he ever found out. We thought we'd be together one day, but for now, just calling it quits.
I loved my man very much, and he was on heroin, and his love became heroin. And as a result, he had a friend who I trusted, who I confided in, and I took it a little too far on one occasion on September 13th. And because of that, I've been held accountable and to a standard that I don't think that any woman could live up to.
Rick is deep in debt and desperate. Sandy is abused, alone, and about to get kicked out of her $1 million home. Not to mention that Ted might shoot them if he knew about their affair. Did Rick and Sandy murder Ted Binion?
Ted was more valuable to them dead than alive. Sandy felt she would inherit the home and a certain amount of cash from Ted, and Tavish was basically trying to get at his wealth any way he could. And if Ted wasn't around, it would have been a lot easier.
Now it's up to forensic science to prove their guilt or innocence. Casino boss Ted Binion died of a massive drug overdose. But was it murder? Dr. Ellen Clark is a forensic pathologist in Reno, Nevada. She believes Ted Binion was murdered.
Mr. Binion had some paleness and distortion or bending of the tip of his nose toward the, I believe it was the right side of the front of his face. In addition to this, he had evidence of skin break injury or abrasion on the sides of his upper lip, immediately below his nose. The total patterning all suggested that the body had at one point been partially face down, and at the scene it was discovered face up, with these fixed changes suggesting that it remained face down for some time after death occurred, then had been rotated face up.
If Sandy and Rick did kill Ted Binion, how did they do it? How do you force an addict to smoke heroin? Famed forensic pathologist Cyril Wecht thinks the idea is preposterous.
Ted Binion bought the black tar. Ted Binion got the Xanax tablets from his next door neighbor. So you've got that short period of time. Think, so Sandy Murphy and Tavish, you know, I'm not making them out to be imbeciles, but you know, they're not medical people, they're not forensic scientists. They figure out, they conspire that, gee, he got the black tar and he got the Xanax, this is what we can do. In less than 2 days, they planned the whole thing. Think about that.
No matter. 2 days after Ted Binion's death, Rick Tavish is caught digging up the $5 million worth of silver he buried for the casino boss.
What are you doing out here?
Oh, just cleaning up the place. Not working nights, just get ahead of the job. You know.
What's in the truck?
Oh, nothing. See? Nothing in there.
Jimmy, climb on up and have a little for me, will you?
Steel on the bottom here.
Uh-huh.
Pretty night, isn't it?
Yeah, a little nippy. Out here digging holes in the middle of the night.
Oh, yeah. Gotta do that now and then to fill the holes in, you know, gravel taken out.
What do you got?
You better have a look at this.
There is something in the truck.
All right, I'm lying. I'm digging up the silver for Teddy Binion. I'm taking her to Las Vegas to put in a trust fund for Teddy's daughter for when she turns 35. Hey, I got nothing to hide.
Sound, huh? Okay.
Yeah. I say, officer, I've got nothing to hide.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't.
The cops don't buy it. He is arrested. Police find a briefcase containing information for selling antique coins. The case also contains a love letter from Sandy Murphy.
Hey, let's go over it again, Rick.
I mean, I'd have to be a complete fool to come out and load a trailer full of silver. I even called you guys and told you I was coming out. I didn't come out here to rip the guy off. I mean, I have a 1.5-year-old kid and a 3.5-year-old kid. You think I want to go to jail? Leave them without a daddy? I know it's hard for you to believe.
Rick is set free on bail. The state of Nevada reopens the Binion murder case. They're looking for new evidence to prove that Sandy Murphy and Rick Tabish killed the casino boss. Binion's gardener gives them what they're looking for.
When I arrived at Ted's house, it was approximately 9 o'clock in the morning because I had checked the clock on my dash. The first thing I noticed was Sandy's car parked on the side. Sandy never parks her car on the side. It's always parked either in the garage or in a circular driveway in the front of the house. So that seemed a little strange to me, but I didn't think too much of it. When I turned, I looked up, and that's when I noticed these curtains were closed. Those curtains were never supposed to be closed because Ted always told me those curtains have to be open because when he leaves his bedroom to walk into his den, he always wanted to see it in the backyard. I thought, well, this doesn't look right, so I decided to check the house.
Then Loveday notices something. A chair off the bathroom window. Did Ted kick Sandy out? And did she break in to kill him? Tom Loveday is certain. Sandy Murphy was in the house while he was in the yard, exactly when forensic science had determined Ted Binion's time of death. Was Rick in the house too? Rick Tabish and Ted Binion had become fast friends. But Rick couldn't take his eyes off Sandy.
I'm not perfect, by all means. I made my mistakes. Some of the greatest lessons in life are about hardship. You don't learn that until your hands are slapped.
They would go to posh Beverly Hills hotels and on weekends and rendezvous there and live it up, all behind Ted's back. And so it's a relationship that kind of evolved the last, over time, maybe the last 4 months of Binion's life, and where it became really serious at about the time that he was, that he died.
Investigators seek evidence to prove that Rick Tabish was in the house when Ted Binion died. Their main clue is Sandy's car. Tom Loveday had never seen it parked clear of the drive.
I figured there was another car in her garage space. Because the other garage space, there was no way you could get in, because I'm parked in front of it. So who's ever in there cannot leave anyway.
Ted Binion stashed millions of dollars all over his house, but police find safes and hiding spots empty. Did Sandy keep the driveway clear while Rick stole millions in cash? Lawyer John Mommet says the theory is crazy.
Well, that's exactly correct, because you have a couple of things here. Number one, during the course of the trial, no one ever placed Sandy Murphy at the scene where the silver is being dug up. And at the trial, no one's ever placed Mr. Tabish in the house where Ted Binion's body was found that day. So we have a divergence of facts here that's putting the people in opposite ends of the spectrum.
Hi, Mary, it's Sandy.
But there is another strange fact.
I'm fine, thank you. You don't need to come in today. Ted isn't feeling very well. He was up all night, so was I, so we need to get some sleep, okay?
Sandy Murphy canceled the cleaning lady the morning Ted Binion
I'll
died.
call you when he's feeling better. Thank you. Bye-bye now.
But what about the gardener? Did smart Sandy simply forget to call him? Even if Rick Tabish was in the house, how could he kill Ted Binion? And can you get heroin in your stomach if you smoke it? Forensic scientist Ellen Clark says yes.
Certainly you can swallow heroin when you smoke it. It's going through the oral cavity, through the nasal cavity, so it may end up in the stomach. In Mr. Binion's case, the morphine, the alprazolam in particular, and even the benzodiazepine, Valium-like drugs were all present in toxic and published lethal levels.
Murder by deliberate overdose, a near-perfect crime.
I'm an overachiever. Should listen to my father. He told me all the time, learn to walk before you learn to run, Rick. I never listened. Got in too deep.
But even if his life was being threatened, would Ted Binion deliberately overdose? Pathologist Cyril Wecht cannot envision the crime scene.
To my knowledge, nobody ever suggested that they had a gun pointed at his head. And even if you restrain his wrist, how do you get this stuff into him, including all of these Xanax tablets?
The only other piece of evidence is the chair outside the back window. Vegas CSI Mike Perkins revisited the crime scene and took a closer look at the chair.
We did fingerprint processing on the window, both inside and out, as well as the chair and the windowsill inside. We did recover several prints from those areas. At a later time, these prints became identified back to Sandra Murphy.
Did Sandy Murphy break into her own house to kill Ted Binion? It's a slim case, but Sandy Murphy and Rick Tabish are arrested for his murder.
Court documents just released point to Murphy and her alleged boyfriend Rick Tabish as the masterminds of a conspiracy to kill a casino executive and take his assets.
There isn't a week that goes by where we don't acquire more information. The investigation is not over with. We will continue to investigate even up until the time that the case goes to the jury.
It's up to the jury to find the truth in one of Las Vegas's murkiest murders.
This court is now in session.
1.5 years after the death of Ted Binion, the trial of Sandy Murphy and Rick Tabish begins.
Please be seated.
Mob attorney John Mommet defends Sandy Murphy as she and Tabish sit side by side and face a media frenzy.
This young lady is strong, and she's going to continue to fight until she's vindicated.
But a long trial is no excuse for an expert witness to break the rules, is it? I do the best I can.
And the gentlemen of the jury will then be the ultimate determiners of reasonableness.
This is a case that really captivated Las Vegas. I mean, the first trial was shown live, gavel to gavel on television. It was also covered live by Court TV.
In this case paints a clear picture of two people who killed a man.
It's just a case that fascinated everybody. It was this ultimate mystery. There was no smoking gun. There was a compelling circumstantial case, but no one could really say for sure how Ted Binion died, and I think that was part of what piqued everybody's interest.
Go ahead, Teddy.
The prosecution maintains that Binion's overdose was forced on him by Rick and Sandy.
Come on, Pat. Pick it up. Pick it up. Go ahead.
Cyril Wecht testified for the defense.
Go again.
And he thinks the lovers didn't stand a chance.
I don't care what anybody says. When a jury is convened in a criminal case, especially a homicide case, those jurors, the overwhelming majority of them, will go in thinking, hey, this guy would not be here charged with murder if they did not have a case. Anytime you have adultery or cheating on the side, then that's going to be a major factor in the consideration of the jury, even though it does not directly have relevance and application of the true issues in the case.
Another forensic pathologist presents the jury with a new and radical theory.
I think they had one primary witness. His name was Dr. Michael Whodunit.
Dr. Michael Whodunit is a forensic superstar.
They didn't want to be influenced by outside opinions.
His theory makes a messy legal case even messier.
My opinion is he died of asphyxia by suffocation.
The process is known as burking, named after a famous Scottish serial killer who suffocated his victims by sitting on their chests.
Just keep pressing, keep blocking, keep blocking.
Why is he shaking?
Shh, that's okay, Teddy. Teddy, he's done.
Some pathologists, including yourself, have described suffocation as perhaps the perfect crime.
I would not say perfect crime. It's the most difficult, it's among the most difficult diagnoses to make at autopsy.
Whodunit says the mark on Binion's chest is from one of his shirt buttons. Whodunit's expertise hits home with the jury. But there is another twist.
And the opinions that you reached in this case were opinions that you
Shell went on to portray Whodunit as a gun for hire, pointing out he was initially hired by the Binion family, not the prosecution.
Opinions I reached were the opinions I reached the day before I testified in the preliminary hearing, and at that time, I had come out here at the request of the family, yes.
Then it is pathologist Cyril Wecht's turn. He totally disagrees with Whodunit.
I just don't find a basis for such a diagnosis in this case. Take the morphine, and you take the Xanax, and you take the Valium, and you got 3 drugs that are depressing the brain, and you have a synergistic effect.
Wecht also asks, what on earth do Sandy and Rick know about burking?
Boy, if you sit on the chest and I'll cover the nose and I'll cover the mouth and we'll stop him from breathing and so on and so forth. And by the way, there was no evidence of strangulation and no marks on the neck or in the soft tissues beneath the skin in the neck and so on. Again, 99 out of 100 doctors don't know what burking is, and 95 out of 100 pathologists who don't do forensic pathology know what burking is, and 999,999 out of 1,000,000 forensic pathologists had never used burking as a diagnosis. I'm still looking for the last case that was signed out as burking anywhere in the world.
Wecht says Ted's scraped lip is shaving burn, plain and simple.
My opinion that this case represented homicide was based upon the fact that the collective evidence, that is the physical evidence on the body, coupled with the investigative evidence, many inconsistencies at the scene and in the follow-up investigations, indicated that other people may have had a hand in Mr. Binion's death.
In other words, Ellen thinks Rick and Sandy killed Ted. Wecht doesn't.
You're going to have 6, 8, 10 forensic scientists, as in the Binion case, top people, forensic pathologists, toxicologists, etc. But these 12 jurors, most of whom who didn't go to college, most of whom never even saw a chemistry, physics lab, let alone looked under a microscope or saw a dead body and dissected it, but they will figure it out. They'll figure it out. It's ridiculous.
Less than 2 months after the trial began, the jurors return with their verdict.
We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Richard Bennett Tabish, as follows. Count 7, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Guilty of murder of the first degree. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Sandra Renee Murphy, as follows. Count 7, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Guilty of murder of the first degree.
I can remember, but I don't know that I could ever describe it. Because at the same time, I was disheartened to think that anybody who ever knew us as a couple would ever think that I would harm someone that I loved.
They each get 20 years. But there has been a major legal screw-up. One that will open up old wounds and set Sandy Murphy free. California surfer girl Sandy Murphy finds herself doing hard time, convicted of a murder she says she did not commit.
I went to prison for 4.5 years. The first 6 months I did in solitary confinement. I received a 30-minute phone call in the morning in a shower, escorted back to my cell, and a 30-minute phone call in a shower later on that evening, Monday through Friday, locked down Friday till Monday for my first 6 months. And then I was eventually sent to the Women's State Penitentiary in Nevada.
Not about passing or failing.
Alan Dershowitz is among the most famous defense lawyers in the world. He defends underdogs. And he believes Sandy Murphy and Rick Tabish were wrongfully convicted.
I love Teddy with all my heart, and I know he loved me just as much. I'm sorry for the day I walked out that door on September 17th and left him there alone. I'm sorry for not being there when he needed me the most.
I absolutely and unequivocally did not kill Ted Binion. Digging up the silver was the worst decision of my life. I got sucked into Ted Binion's world.
Dershowitz says the Binion case is unique because prosecutors presented 2 forensic stories. Maybe Binion was suffocated, or maybe he was forced to overdose. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, take Sandy out of the will. If she doesn't kill me tonight.
Then there's the testimony from Ted Binion's lawyer. Total hearsay from a dead man.
Well, if I end up dead, you'll know what happened.
In October 2004, Sandy Murphy and Rick Tabish get a retrial and a second chance.
Well, I think that the truth spoke for itself in my second trial, and I was vindicated for all the right reasons, thanks to medical science. And I think that it was easy to pick out an indiscretion that sort of became the catalyst to my downfall. And ultimately it was rectified, and we are where we are today. But sure, my involvement with Rick Tabish was the catalyst. It was the beginning of the end. And I'm grateful for science, because that's what led me to where we are today and to my newfound freedom.
Mr. Tabish, Ms. Murphy, I'd like you to stand up and face the jury.
We, the jury, in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Richard Bennett Tabish, as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to commit murder and/or robbery. We find the defendant not guilty. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Sandra Renee Murphy, as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to commit murder and or robbery. We find the defendant not guilty.
Quiet. Everybody quiet down.
Both are found not guilty of murder, but guilty of stealing Ted Binion's money. Sandy Murphy is appealing that decision. Today, after 4.5 years of hard time, Sandy Murphy is free.
I feel relief that I have set the record straight, that I've been given a second chance.
Sandy Murphy is free, clear from the legal shadow of Ted Binion's death.
So even though at some point, every now and then, I feel a little resentful, I'm grateful at the same respect that they gave me a greater sense of self, and I was able to achieve what I did. And I don't know that I ever thought that I would be capable of fighting and surviving through all of this, knowing who I was at such a young age at Teddy's death, in comparison to the woman I am now.
Rick Tabish is up for parole in 2008. Did they do it? Unless one of them confesses, no one will ever know for sure.